So it is, we're all on a hot mic, just FYI. And we're being live streamed there, going out to the audience. So smile to the camera. So this evening at this negotiation session, well, actually, we're going to do this. We're going to go around and do introductions of all the members of the teams, and then we'll go through the agenda so you know when to expect what. So if we want to start, we'll start at the end there. Brooke, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Brooke Williams, art educator and JCEA president. Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Cookinson. I'm the executive director.
Hey, everybody. I'm Amanda Ferrazio. I'm the Chief Human Resources Officer.
I'm going to remind everybody, use your teacher voice so that the audience can hear you. And you can direct your comments this direction as well. That might help.
I'm Mike Villanueva. I'm AWS social studies teacher, JCEA.
I'm Gretchen Carter. I'm the Director of Student Discipline for Jeffco.
Rob Cassidy, Stanley Lake High School science teacher and JCEA.
Michelle DeAndrea, principal at Bell Middle School and note taker.
Christine Wiggins, JCEA staff.
Anthea Justice, learning specialist, Ryan Elementary.
Heather Goodell, learning specialist, Hills Elementary.
Michelle Malis, Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School, JCEA bargaining chair.
Maria Messer, executive director of special education.
Dale Lindholland, JCEA vice president and social studies teacher at Pomona High School.
Anna Bryant, third grade teacher at Hackburn Hill Elementary. Krista Wilson, principal at Columbine Hills Elementary.
And Martha Sheehan, director in teaching and learning.
Right, thank you. So I want to wish everybody a happy May Day, everyone. Okay, the important day for workers, exactly. So we are going to be looking this evening at the following articles. We're going to have a very quick update on Article 8 and where that language is at. Then we're going to move into a quick Article 5 language cleanup. So those two should go pretty quickly. We have Article 14, reduction in force, Article 23, remote virtual instruction, then Appendix D, sick leave bank. Appendix B is going to be our coach and activity sponsor stipends. Rolling into Article 17, which is compensation structures, and then the comp proposal that will take us up to dinner. At that point, we're going to be breaking for 1 hour to caucus, work on language, etc. And when we come back to the table after dinner, we'll be presenting the AEC MOU, Alternative Education Campuses, I think that's the word. Article 13, leaves language, and then also Appendix D, sick leave bank, will be at the end of the evening, and any additional pieces that might get returned during dinner, we'll see. So that's kind of our agenda as it stands now. So we are going to be beginning with the Article 8 update, and that is you. Thank you, Gretchen.
Yes. Just wanted to give everybody an update since it's kind of, we haven't really talked about Article 8 since JCEA proposed their 8-8 regarding workload and the collaborative process around curriculum, materials, and resources. So we did have a meeting after that, and it was a really positive meeting with members both of JCEA and the district. And I think we are working sort of offline to develop, we're doing it collaboratively, to clean up the language so that we can bring it back and propose something that is really aligns what is already in policy and in place with the interests of JCEA with the workload piece. So we're working on that. We're making progress. Richard Sanchez is sort of the key JCEA coordinator on that one, and he's not here tonight. So hopefully by next week, we will have something that will really get us a really solid starting point on that language, and we'll be able to present that to you guys.
Thank you for that update. So tune in next week for that language. And we're moving right along to the Article 5 language cleanup. And I'm thinking I'm turning that over to Christine.
Okay. Also, you're toast anyway. And I say something not right, you could just come on down and join me. Okay. I should have highlighted, we're in agreement with this strike, but here we are. So I'm just gonna walk through what we've done. Most of this was for clarity. So like, I think we're conceptually on the same page. So all TOSAs will work a 185-day contract, and TOSA coordinators work a 195. All TOSA and TOSA coordinators work days, job codes, and descriptions will be clearly defined when hired. Current TOSAs and TOSA coordinators will work with their supervisors to define work days, job codes, and descriptions together. That our intent. We struck the language about doing that this school year. I think so. Our intent was to make sure that was addressed and included somewhere in here. We just broke up the paragraph slightly differently because I think then in this section we're talking about the alternative work days. And I think like what we've struck is mostly just to not be duplicative. So in order to prepare for supporting teachers across the district, including welcoming newly hired Jeffco teachers to induction, teachers on special assignment, TOSAs in a central role may mutually agree to work an alternative work schedule provided it does not exceed their contracted days, which could be 185 or 195. So that's why we struck 185, because you could be in both positions and have those 5 alternate days. TOSAs and TOSA coordinators may work up to 5 additional alternate days, or sorry, not additional, 5 alternate days as mutually agreed upon beyond the standard 185 or 195. Beyond, and then we agree to all this language. We've just added the 4 remaining days because that's what we're talking about. And that the conversation will be revisited annually, right? Because the comp days will change every single year. And then just calling out that we're adding TOSA coordinator into the section below. And comp days may be scheduled consecutively because that's the practice. People may choose to pick those 2 days before Thanksgiving and have a lovely whole week for Thanksgiving recess. And then in any instance where an agreement can't be reached, the TOSA and their supervisor will meet with Amanda and me, and I hope not, to come to a resolution, but that will never happen because everyone will just come to an agreement. That's it.
Amanda.
I have 2 questions. I just want to know why Christine doesn't want to meet with me. Checking. And the real question I have is, why are job codes? Like, I just wonder about the importance of job codes and what
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So from meeting with the TOSAs, they said that not a lot of people are clear on what their role codes and descriptions are. And it's supposed to be different depending on what department you're in, and it's just very confusing. So they want it clearly defined and laid out. And then people in these existing roles want to meet with their coordinators and make sure that they are all in agreement and have an understanding. Because I've heard things about big C's and little C's. I don't even know what that is, but that sounds. Yeah.
Hi, introduce yourself, Lindsay.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Kohler. I'm a secondary math TOSA. I think along with this, I'm just going to pose something that I think you can iron out or not. Job codes, it all gets really complicated, and I just even know my corner of TOSA world, but there are even some people whose job titles are specialists in CTE. They also work 195 days. So I think in some ways we might be volleying this to you in that you all are experts in what you might be able to easily work out and not. So we don't want to overly complicate, but there is a lot going on, and what a wonderful opportunity we have to try to iron some of it out. So want me to keep going with the coordinator?
That's okay. So as you can imagine, the job code itself is going to switch from department to department and job to job, right? So just in looking like a TOSA teacher special assignment coordinator, that's job code 2628. A TOSA specialist curriculum content is 2629. A TOSA for STEM is 2658. So like, I just wondered like, how are the job codes as important as like the description or even the essential duties or?
I wonder if, before you break, if I give you some specific names.
Okay.
You could look at their job codes to see what they are, and that might help bring you clarity. So if I can put some names
Yeah, that might help
to just some of that, because I think my understanding is some coordinators, their contract says 185 days. And they're paid the additional 10, but it's it is still across the year. And so, okay, it's all just interesting, and I don't know. I think you might have the knowledge, especially if we start giving you some names to look at the job code and how it's written.
Okay.
And you might be able to make that language fit your needs more. I think it's just something that's in the system that we are trying to get clarity on.
Yeah.
We don't have access to everyone's job codes and things like that, so it might.
I have a list of them somewhere. So I think I see your point. Example, 2665 is a specialist work-based learning. It doesn't say the word TOSA or the acronym TOSA.
So like TOSA, the coordinator,
Right.
their work days are 195. So we didn't get into the weeds of that.
Okay.
And then
That's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that like why job codes were important because I wasn't sure if it was actually job codes that you wanted to hear or if it was
I don't
something else.
think our intent was to be like, we don't like those numbers, just.
Definitely.
I think if we can give you maybe some names.
Sure.
And then you can look at what their job code is. And you might be able, I think that's just our best way forward so that you can start seeing, I don't even know, maybe it is already clear and it doesn't need to be, but I don't think it's necessarily clear in our little corner of the world.
Understand.
And we can put some names to that and you can just see if that language works or if it needs to be changed.
Thanks, Lindsay.
I would just, so the first part of the sentence makes sense. I think the part that's causing me to pause a little bit in the second sentence is we'll work with our supervisors to define work days and job codes. Like supervisors don't define the job codes. The job codes are already assigned based on the job description. And so that's the only part that might be something that the first part makes sense. And you would be able, I think working with supervisors to define the work days and descriptions for sure, like if they're going to change, the roles and responsibilities are going to change, that makes sense. But the job code supervisor isn't going to determine that or change it. That's just going to come through our process.
Again, I think you're going to have information. These weren't even specific people that came to us. It's just kind of what we know is happening in our world. Is their job code actually the TOSA job code? And then they've just been assigned coordinator role. So it seems like in our world, there's some people who are a coordinator and some people who are a TOSA who've been assigned a coordinator role.
Okay, any additional questions on this language? All right, we are going to roll right along to our 14 reduction in force. I just want to remind everybody speaking at the table, our audience is having a little bit of trouble hearing. So maybe just sort of project if you can, use your teacher voice. With that, this is the district echo.
Yeah. So we are in agreement with everything in Article 14, with the exception of the language. Oh, I'm supposed to be, you're supposed to be projected. Forgive me, I forgot. You're the reader, you're the projector. I never forget. I know. So as she is working to get that, you all have access to the agenda. The only place where we were still trying to navigate and figure out is 14.431. And so
here is our counter to that language, which is prior to any reduction of educators, the district will engage in collaborative budget discussions with JCEA as soon as the need is identified in order to explore all feasible options in response to budgetary priorities and direction from the Board of Education. The district will provide financial information and seek input from JCEA with feedback considered in good faith and documented prior to any final staffing decisions. And all of the rest of it is that one.
Okay. Any questions about that piece? No. Okay, we will, oh, yes, okay. Rob,
So just to clarify, JCA is not involved in the final staffing decisions by that language?
They are involved. That's what it says. We'll engage in collaborative budget discussions and we'll take feedback considered and I think the desired outcome would be, right, that we would all be on the same page with whatever decision we were making, what we need to make moving forward. And there are times with which we get direction from the Board of Education and we're implementing a direction from the Board of Education. So we're trying to keep it flexible enough to potentially meet any and all situations that might arise. And our desire is always to be collaborative and to seek feedback and to incorporate feedback and to come to decision that is mutually agreeable in this sense.
But will there be, like, is JCA in the room when the decision's made, or are you like, okay, we'll take this in consideration and go into a back room? So
Anytime this kind of conversation happens, it's really a recommendation to the Board of Education, because ultimately they have the final decision because they're the governing body of the school district. And so I think that any type of discussion that's had in this type of collaborative group would be then put forward to the Board of Education, because they also have to approve the budget, right? Like that's part of their responsibility. And so, we put forward to them recommendations all the time, right? That's what our finance team does when they do projections and,
So is it the work group that's putting forward the proposal, or is it the finance, like Brennan?
I mean, the district will have timely financial information, seek input from JCEA, and not just JCEA, right? We have other associations that are important. It's part of this work as well. The feedback to be considered and then documented prior to any final staffing decisions. I would say that all of the conversation that happens would be documented and shared with the Board of Education. They would ask for it. Board of Education wants to know, what did the educators say? What did the Educator Association members say? What did the Administrator Association members say? And what did the ESP Association members say? I mean, they ask for that information. They want your voices in all of the information shared with them.
Either one of us are the decision makers. The Board of Education is the decision maker.
thank you. We'll take that back and look it over and return. Moving right along to this is Article 23, Remote Virtual Instruction, District Echo version.
Okay. 23.1. We have had lots of conversations back and forth about the language that we had originally proposed around acceptance circumstances versus deemed necessary. So we are amenable to striking that, and would like to add educators will not be required to deliver in-person and online instruction simultaneously, but retain the professional discretion to deliver in-person and online instruction simultaneously if they determine it is in the best interest of an individual student or group of students with demonstrated need. So allowing educators to have that flexibility to choose to do that. I think Amanda had an example.
Yeah, we were at Columbine High School last week, and I just want to shout out a teacher. And I can't shout her out by name because I can't remember what it is, but a teacher from Normandy Elementary who provided the opportunity for a child who was going through chemotherapy treatments, if I remember correctly. At the time, she was actually the student that Chatfield or excuse me, that Columbine High School honored during Wish Week. And her first grade teacher allowed her to join the classroom online just by turning on the camera because the teacher felt like she could do it. She didn't need any permission to do it. She just was willing. Nobody had to ask her to. No one made her. No one forced her or coerced her. It was a choice that she made. And that little girl now is thriving. She's a second grader because she got to complete first grade with her own class. And I just want to make sure that we are honoring that every educator in this district always wants to do what's right for kids, and they need to have a balance of maintaining their own professional health and sanity. And I get it, like pandemic, hybrid instruction sucked. And I didn't do it, but I know all of you did, and it was hard. And I watched it happen, and I watched educators just struggle instead of thrive. But this educator made a conscious choice, and I don't think she regrets it. And now she's allowing this little girl to thrive. And so I just want to make sure that we're honoring that professional choice that an educator can make without being required or like asked by any administrator to do that.
And as I read it aloud, I realized that it was repetitive, so I just changed it to, but retaining professional impression. What I'm saying. You know, sometimes when you write language and you read it 900 times and you think it's just right, and then you read it out loud, you're like, huh, it's not just right. 23 to 1, I just changed the word by to with, but it's more fluid. Not a collaborative process by the OLT, but rather a collaborative process with the OLT. In 23.2.1, there was adjusting that sentence statement a little bit that you had proposed last time to say educators shall not be required to provide in-person support beyond the terms of this agreement or outside of what is determined with a collaborative process with the OLT. Again, in 23.2.2, just changing the word by to with. And putting in language, trying to be mindful of what was shared, what has been shared around the attending events, either in person or virtually. So educators would not attend the events, either in person or virtually, shall be required to in accordance with Article 13, unless they have an approved accommodation that prevents them from attending, where a virtual option cannot be provided. Amanda shared an example last week of a potential possibility that wouldn't be possible. The next, so we separate the paragraphs out so it's not so long that it can be lost in translation. So the last part of that would read, the in-person requirements will be determined when the OLT develops and approves the school day calendar and will be communicated to educators prior to the first teacher workday. OLT reserves the right to modify the schedule as necessary based on emerging needs or circumstances, with notice provided as outlined above. 23.3. Second part of that would read, however, synchronous and virtual and in-person support may be used as an intervention needs of the population. Striking the last part of that, but will not be done in dual modality or hybrid, because we feel like that's already captured in the statement above, which means it's not required for staff. Beginning of the article, and a consistent and responsive schedule will be developed by the OLT in accordance with Article 10 and will, but is not limited to, will include, but is not limited to, staff input, identified in collaboration. Attendance rates, academic data, test data, and scheduling preferences, which is what you had suggested, identified in collaboration with students and families. That's the end of that period. It's confusing when you read, highlighted, and learned.
And Jen, could you just speak up a little bit more?
Yes.
Thank you.
Try to speak louder.
All right, thank you.
In 23.2, striking the word by, adding the word with, and the same language as above, Educators who do not attend the event, either in person or virtually, shall be required to utilize leave in accordance with Article 13 unless they have an approved accommodation that prevents them from attending or a virtual option cannot be provided. In the next paragraph, the same as above, in-person requirements will be determined when the OLT develops and approves the school calendar and will be communicated to educators prior to the first teacher workday. The OLT reserves the right to modify the schedule as necessary based on emerging needs or circumstances with notices outlined above. 23.3, last week we had a conversation and around like wanting teachers to have the flexibility. Some teachers are going to want to sign on maybe on a Saturday or a Sunday. And that felt like the language of Monday through Friday was limiting. And we also want to be, we want to encourage, obviously, like that work-life balance. And we don't want there to be, we feel like taking that away might have folks thinking that it could be any day of the week, or it's all 7 days of the week, or I'm going to work Wednesday through Sunday, and I don't have to be doing that on Monday and Tuesday. So I added the word generally. So assisting struggling students and making and returning phone calls will generally occur between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. To kind of capture all of the feedback that was shared. In 23.3, trying to find the just right balance of the request about the grading periods and the desire to also like have there be flexibility there when needed. This language is our counter to that, which is due to the high mobility between traditional high schools and JCEA. The academic leadership team shall determine the appropriate grading period to be used, including but not limited to semesters, trimesters, quarters, or hexters based on student need. This determination shall consider the fluid and ongoing nature of student enrollment and shall not restrict it. And that is the end of 23.
Rob, or is there down?
No, I put it down.
I just want to go back to 23.1 really quick. So I want to be clear that an administrator cannot come to the teacher and say, you have to do synchronous and
Says will not be required, but retains their own professional discretion to do that.
And I think it should also be pointed out that you're talking about the teacher. That's an amazing story. I think that's really good. That was allowed already under the contract, right? I mean, there was no violation or anything in there. So that is all I have.
We just wanted to make sure, right, that we're honoring the opportunity for folks to make that professional decision, that they would be, that somebody who might not know about all of the conversations that we had and know all of the nuances of the different things, someone new coming in wouldn't feel like, well, I can't do that because the contract says, right? So we're just trying to kind of codify that in language for that reason, to make sure that it's clear.
Okay. All right, if there are no further questions, we are moving on to Appendix D, sick leave bank.
We're really close on this one, so we made a few adjustments. In the vein of the conversation that we had last week about the fact that we have the desire and the potential to transition to this idea of general leave based on what we provided in 13. And we've also identified and really clear that until we transition to our new ERP in system, it's not going to look like that. So for that reason, and so that we don't create any sort of confusion in this space, reverted back to for right now, it's going to be donated one sick day. Because they don't, when current enrollment, you don't have the option to say, I want to use a personal day versus a sick day, and we can't make that distinction. So we've reverted this back to just right now saying sick day in all the places. And so in 1.3, sick day, 1.4, sick day toward the accrued sick leave. In 1.5, employees may opt into the sick leave during the annual benefit enrollment period. You know that there was a language proposal that they would automatically be opted in, and we just don't think that's the right direction to take. We feel like people should have a choice and know that they are elected that as a benefit, because the unintended consequence could be if for some reason we were to ever drop below 12,000 hours and it got to a point then where people had to donate and they said, wait a minute, I never opted in, or I don't want to give up my sick leave. So we feel like it should be an opt-in option versus an automatically opted in. And then in 111, striking the language, the district will ensure that an employee's enrollment in the sick leave bank reflected in us. That would mean we were checking 15,000 employees, 14,000 employees.
They're calling every one of them to make sure.
Right. So we feel like this is a professional responsibility that you have, and if you need support anybody needs support in figuring out how to do that, you can call anybody in benefits. Walk you through it. Michelle now can show you how to do it because Michelle Maylis and I walked through it and got it together. So you can do it. And we are amendment 221 and just striking all accrued leave. Hours and days must be exhausted, and we don't think we need to like break it out, or stress. The intention of that is that whatever way you accrue leave, you actually use all of that before you apply sick bank. And then 3.5, we are amenable and agreeable to the language about providing the president that includes parties and members that are operations. Just had to double check that wasn't any sort of HIPAA violation or anything. We've done that, so we're good to go with that.
So I've got two questions. So then it looks like if you've accepted that, you can run a report that says all of these people have opted into the sick leave bank, share that with the JCEA president, and then from there we can take it and say, hey, check your name on this list. Are you there or not? Okay. And then my second wondering is under 1-5. If we want employees to have a choice, couldn't they also have the choice to opt out? So that could be a way to go with that as well, right?
That's part that we've already accepted. Starting in spring 2025, this membership is recurring unless the employee opts out.
Okay, but I'm talking about like new employees.
Oh, if you don't elect it.
So I'm just saying in terms of a choice, if you were a new employee, could you everybody's in unless you choose to opt out? That could be the choice, right? Or not?
That's not how our current system is set up.
Yeah, because that box would have to be automatically checked.
And would that be the same on the new ERP as the old one? We don't. This is unknown. That person known.
I think we could probably set it up that way, but right now I'm not sure we can set it up differently for new employees to have the box automatically checked. Basically, that would be us making a benefit election for them. We can ask.
Okay. All right.
We don't think so. I mean, just because so many people had so many problems, maybe have the option to opt out so that everybody was just in.
So, I'm sorry. So this isn't just new employees. You want us to make. You would want us to make all employees.
Everybody be in.
Unless they want to opt out.
And then you could opt out if you did not want to take part in that. Like you're right now, if you are opted in, but if you don't want to, you need to let us know. That's possible.
It might be. Here's the problem. Open enrollment starts on Monday, and I don't know if they can fix it now for this year's open enrollment, but I will certainly check. If that's possible.
Okay.
Could they maybe extend it?
Enrollment?
Yeah, and then
and then fix that? Or, yeah, I don't know, I have to ask. I mean, it's obviously, as you can imagine, all the literature is ready to be sent out. I'm actually supposed to start recording like a voicemail tomorrow that goes out on Monday. And so, I'll ask. I don't hesitate to ask. I just might not be able to do it this year, but we are certainly able to pull like weekly during open enrollment. We could pull a weekly report and share it that says like these people have opted in, so that you have accurate and up-to-date information all throughout open enrollment. Be helpful.
Okay.
But yeah, I was happy to ask.
And Mike and then Rob.
So I don't remember when I did this. I know that I'm in the sick bank. I intend to be in the sick bank. Was I asked during induction or during onboarding at some point specifically if I wanted in?
Yeah, when you were on have the whole module or section you have to go through to elect benefits, that's one of those. When you're bringing a teacher to Jeffco.
Rob?
Yeah, I was just looking, and I'm not sure who this is showing blue being crossed out. New employees may enter membership at time of hire. That's crossed out. You know why that was crossed out? And-
Blue, you all would have crossed it out.
And if it isn't, does that mean new employees?
I think I know maybe.
Can new employees not be in the sick bank until
I think that
the next June, as this is written?
I think that our original language was that everybody would be automatically put in. And then so we had crossed that out because we had that other language. And then if we're not going to do that, then that would need to be uncrossed. Yes. Uh-huh.
I wouldn't try that section.
Yeah, it wasn't highlighted,
Great.
accepted, but yes, I think we might need it.
The other thing too is we can just add into 1.5 during the annual benefit open enrollment period or at the time of hire.
Yeah.
We can just-
That fixes it.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope. Doesn't look like it. All right. Time to move on to a main event here, Appendix B. This is the additional performance pay for athletic coaches and activities sponsors, District Charlie version. Yeah, we don't have access. Oh,
People are sharing folder.
Everybody, hold on. Okay. I did the links early so that I wouldn't have to link it and move it at the same time. Okay, should all be good. Okay, appendix B. So appendix B, additional performance pay for athletic coaches and activity sponsors and K-12 visual arts, elementary and middle school vocal and instrumental music and middle school theater educators. We are putting back the language about high school athletic and coaches and activity sponsors in that first section. That relative to that.
again, speak up, please.
I'm
Use your
trying.
loudest voice if
I
possible.
want to yell.
It's okay.
Okay.
Project.
In pay number 6, we have just cleaned up that language a little bit. So educators who we've accepted most of that language and just cleaned up. Educators who sponsor co-curricular activities will be placed on the schedule on the step that aligns with their years of experience in the role. For the 2025-26 school year, All educators who sponsor co-curricular activities will be appropriately replaced on the schedule in accordance with their years of experience and receive retroactive compensation for any lost pay resulting from the incorrect placement during the 2025 school year. I think that I failed to mention that in number 4, we've accepted that language, that until the athletics and activity schedule is fully implemented and employees are right-sized by increases in the schedule, any current coach, assistant coach, or activity sponsor who would receive a reduced stipend on the new schedule will receive additional pay to maintain their 23-24 cumulative stipend level. So there was just some rewording of that. In number 8, it looks like most of that was accepted. We just added back high school athletic, the word high school to the athletic coaches and activity sponsors. And then number 9, we are amenable to educators will receive all stipends for which they're eligible, and just added the language as outlined in this appendix. These are really specific, the stipends in this appendix are really specific to different pieces and not other stipends in the budget. Elementary and middle school stipends. In addition to the schedule above, K-12 visual art, elementary and middle school, vocal and music, and middle school teacher theater educators are eligible to receive a stipend equal to Lane 1, Step 1 of the Appendix B schedule, provided they meet the criteria outlined below. Educators will collaborate with building leaders of the schools they serve to develop a clear understanding of the expectations for student performances. Number 1, Jeffco art show chairs and co-chairs collaborate, plan, and organize the annual Jeffco art show during the school year. Art show. That line below, that's it. Okay, sorry. The art show chairs and co-chairs are for district shows and identified by the art coordinator. The language in 2, proposed striking it and then moved it down below. We're accepting that strike, but we have moved it up above to kind of be in that first sentence to identify all the different parameters. Number 3, elementary music educators and middle school vocal music educators who plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances during the school year. Elementary music and middle school vocal educators assigned to 2 or more schools will receive a separate stipend for each school where they plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances. Combined performances involving multiple schools will count for the one stipend. Those paragraphs were really long, so I tried to clean them up and make it more clear and concise and separate it so that you're to understand who's eligible and what the criteria for each of the elementary and middle school. Number 4, elementary and middle school instrumental music educators who plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances during the school year, as well as elementary and middle school instrumental music educators split between 2 levels will receive a separate stipend for each level where they plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances. Combined performances involving multiple schools or levels will count for only 1 stipend. Elementary music educators assigned to 8 or more elementary schools will receive 2 stipends if they plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 6 performances. This current language, I've just taken it and cleaned it up and tried to make it more clear and organize it in a way that for anyone who's coming to this section to see who's eligible can determine all of that. Middle school educators plan, conduct, and organize and conduct a minimum of 3 performances during the school year, as well as middle school theater educators who are assigned to 2 or more schools. They will receive a separate stipend for each school where they plan, organize, and conduct a minimum of 3 performances. And again, combined performances involving multiple schools will count for and then keeping the language at the bottom of all of that piece about theaters that says theater stipends are based on the number of performances, not the number of productions. And then adding back in the language that the stipends outlined in this appendix are the only instances which stipends may be to elementary teachers. Any additional activities that are not explicitly identified must be compensated at the current hour rate in accordance with Article 17. And again, the language at the bottom is struck because we moved to the pause there.
It looks like there are two questions. I don't know who was first. Christine and then Rob.
So elementary and middle school stipends. Elementary and middle school vocal, instrumental music, and middle school theater educators are eligible to receive a stipend equal to lane 1 and step 1, meaning they're not placed on the schedule and every year they would not move on the schedule.
That is correct. However, anytime COLA is applied to the teacher schedule, it's also applied to the coach and activity sponsor stipend schedule. So they would receive COLA on their schedule, on their lane 1, step 1 stipend, instead of it just being static forever and ever and ever.
Hear that? Appreciate that. I think the problem is, again, every year they gain more experience, they're more valuable. I think that needs to be honored. And if you're the one-stop shop in the school, like, oh my Lord, I don't remember her name, our lovely theater teacher who came at the last session, you are the tech director, you're the choreographer, you're doing it all. Doing the costuming. And I can tell you that the high school folks get multiple stipends for that, whereas in middle school they don't, and they're doing even more work.
Rob.
Yes, kind of a similar theme here. In terms of the title, I guess I just wonder, why don't you want a general title for it? I mean, this is a very specific title that carves out just, very small roles there. And what if some new activity or thing happened? Like, say, Quidditch or something happened. And all of a sudden it becomes the rage. And if you have a really defined title, if only this is allowed, and this also relates to that number 6 thing there. If you have this very thing where it's so specified as to what can and can't be in there, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why you don't have a general title and then have specifics within it, but allow the opportunity to have it grow and change with the times.
We previously did, right, have a really general title, and then it was questioned.
Well, it said it was just high school, but there was all this middle school and elementary school stuff in it.
Right. So with regard to the athletic coaches and activities, we need to be very specific that those are high school, like CHASA sponsored, like sanctioned athletics and activities that are on that schedule. So if there's a different way to say that, we're open to that, but that is really important, that piece of it.
Can you just say 6 to 12 or K-12 or K whatever, elementary and middle school activities and sports?
Like you mean in the second half?
Because you're limiting it to just theater and to very specific things, and I could see activities that might fall outside of that range that might at some point be deemed relevant, and all of a sudden you're saying no, it can't be because
I see what you're saying. Yep. I mean, so you're saying like, could the second half be K-12? Terry, you just said you said something.
Like activities and or sports. I mean, it could be sports for elementary and middle.
I think that the reason why the specificity is because we have instances where schools are paying educators based on information in here for roles that are not defined in this appendix. And so,
or they're going rogue and just paying whatever instead of paying the hourly rate like they're supposed to.
Right. So I think we're like for what is currently defined, and if it changed, so like to your point, Rob, if Quidditch became a thing, it would be on the schedule.
If it was Chatham.
if it was CHASA sanctioned through the crew, right? And if not, then I don't think it would probably be captured here would be that one of those things that would be paid at the hourly rate. So that's why we were trying to be specific, is so that when you have administrators or financial secretaries or business managers wondering it's captured in this appendix, it's super clear. It is long, agreed. And I played around with it and I tried to figure it out. And if there's a better way, that's great.
Well, because I mean, I think you could put something general at the top because it is defined below. Like below, wherever that stuff is defined. So you'd have to read down there to see if you're on there. It seems like maybe just, activities, sports, whatever, athletic
Maybe we could have that.
sponsors.
You could call it additional.
Right, or just additional performance. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any other questions on this real particular piece?
Michelle said it because we're the same person.
Okay, so,
Schedule, let's look at the top. So, on the stipend schedule, we have struck the request for adding all of those middle schools within elementary. I would call it in the space of theater and music and whatnot, to be on the schedule as previously read language, and remove and returned swimming assistants and service assistants to lane B, that they are currently. And many of them, most of them. And then in the actual stipend schedule on the right hand side. Oh, and I'm so sorry, accepting the desire to have the competitive CTSO advisors on lane 4 of the schedule. So we are amenable to that. I think that's important and have heard last year and this year, the importance that they're accepting that. And then on the stipend schedule, we proposed 3 options and so what we are taking from what you brought back for your counter is that you want that evenly distributed. However, we can't adjust the amounts. So we've been adjusting them to 7.8, 9.8, and 11.8. That is not in line with the agreement that we made last year to right size the schedule over 3 years at approximately $1 million each year. At those rates, we're almost at where we need to be at the end of next year. That would be almost $2 million and outside of what we agreed to. So we are amenable to the decision to go with option 3 and spread it across lanes 4, 5, and 6 at the previously proposed rates of 7.25, 3.83, and 10.23, which is in line with what we had agreed to in terms of the approximate cost of $1 million.
Christine?
Okay, I have a question. And it's the schedule and the language together. So in the language right up at the beginning, there's a part that says every 3 years, an athletic advisory committee and activities advisory committee will convene to collaborate, accomplish the following, provide input into the handbook and review the pay structures. And yet every year also, we negotiate this pay structure. And we always bring changes based upon what many, many, many people tell us. And every year they get struck. So I'm wondering, is this language what's prohibiting you from being able to agree to pay people what they're worth? Like, because I think we know, and even through those committees, people who've served on those committees said, I tried to bring up elementary, I tried to bring up middle school and didn't get it. So it was always our intent to include them. Well, what's prohibiting us from getting those people on the schedule?
I mean, there's a cost to adding elementary. You mean music and theater and art?
Yeah, I mean, it's all the things we proposed. I mean, and the swimming and tennis got moved back to the original position too,
So-
right?
Yeah, so there's a reason swimming and tennis, we moved swimming and tennis back. So during the last 3-year cycle of this conversation with our executive director of athletics, feedback was solicited about stipend placements with the committees, athletic directors, activities directors, comparisons to other districts, and individual conversations that Patrick had with multiple coaches. Lots of different factors were considered. Some of those include level of responsibility, parent engagement responsibilities, sport requirements, sport-specific safety factors, number of competitions, duration of the season, broader Title IX implications, and other things. So while Patrick acknowledges that every single assistant coach in lane 4, lane 2, whatever lane it is, lane 3, sorry, is essential, they had really detailed conversations about why some assistant coaches belonged in 3 and they're not part of these conversations, and why some assistant coaches belonged in 4. They didn't just pick and choose who they liked and who they didn't. My understanding is that it was a very robust, thoughtful determination of assistant coach placement. Although I think that tennis and golf have been very active and as advocates for their own sports, there are others who are just as valuable of assistant coaches in those same in that same lane. And so I think that it's important to honor the work that this team did and the reasoning behind why they put people where they put, not people, positions where they put them. So, I mean, that's really the why. I was literally reading exactly what Patrick told me happened in that committee.
I hear that, and I guess, I mean, like, I feel like too, that's why CTSO was put on here. They were thoughtful, they did a ton of work, they came with recommendations, great. And I hope we don't have to go through that process every time we want to add someone, because I do think middle school and elementary have to be a part of this schedule.
Noted. I disagree.
And I think that when this committee was doing this work, from my understanding, if there wasn't somebody on that committee to advocate for that particular sport, then they lost out.
And fortunately, Coach Campbell was.
He was not on this committee.
He was part of the conversations that Patrick had with coaches, because he's a great advocate for coaches. I mean, he calls Patrick.
Uh-huh.
They have conversations, right? He coaches like what, 4 or 5 sports.
So it was what this committee, so there was the committee and then they also reached out and
Yeah.
talked to other coaches.
Exactly. He said I had a dozen or so coaches, individual conversations with coaches to solicit their feedback.
Okay. All right, well, I will bring this back and I think he'll probably be here maybe to discuss the counter. So. Any additional questions on? Okay. Seeing none, we are moving right along to Article 17, compensation structures, and then it will be the compensation proposal.
We don't have very much in Article 17. The previous language around stuff under CTE has been accepted. We are going all the way down to 17.9. In the student trips and overnights, turning that to and maintaining that to be $100 per night of additional pay for educators who accompany their students to outdoor lab school. And also in 1792 for CTSO who supervise their students on and traveling overnight will be paid $100. alternate up to 5 rates. We've added an exception to that, which is the competitive CPSO advisors who qualify for the activities officer stipend outlined in Appendix B are not eligible to receive this additional compensation because they are receiving the stipend. And that will be a new job. My understanding is like a new job description, all be included in that space. In 1710, trying to clean the language up around additional performance pay for high school athletic coaches and activity sponsors, and K-12 visual arts, elementary and middle school vocal and music, and middle school educators will be paid in accordance with Appendix B. And the steps on the appendix increase at the same rate as educator salary schedule increases. In 1710.7, have accepted language for K&L around speech language pathologists and occupational and physical therapists to receive the stipend for their CCBC, SLP, and license and DORA license. In 1710.8, adjusted the language a bit about stipend payments to try to capture some of the requests that you had made about the timeliness with which the stipends in this section will be paid. So stipend payments for educators who work less than full time will be paid proportional to their assignment. There was language in there about being a title school, and not all of the stipends are about being in a title school, so that was confusing, so we cleaned that up. And these stipends will be paid in 2 equal installments, with half paid in November and the remaining half paid in November. That is really specific to these stipends outlined below. For the Title I stipend, for the center-based special education providers and learning specialists, and then C, we are amenable to accepting the additional parameters and language around who qualifies for the dual language stipend. Just cleaned up the language a little bit at the bottom that says this excludes world language teachers and those who exclusively teach exclusively in English. And then struck the language in about educators providing concurrent enrollment will receive a stipend of 0.5 of step 1, level 1 for each approved course they teach. Then 1711, striking the language about all stipends in this contract, including longevity pay, will be paid out twice a year, November and April. And there's a little context for that. I talked with our compensation manager just so that I would understand and be able to say why we can't increase that. And there's a couple of reasons why. The stipends that are specific to license, so like the DORA stipends and those things that are in that section, are dependent upon people having a current license. And so we wouldn't want to be paying stipend to someone who hasn't updated or doesn't have a current license. Can't guarantee that that's always going to be true in November and true in April. So those are paid in accordance with when those licenses expire and then are subsequently updated in the system. Longevity pay is a part of a person's annual salary. That is why it is included as a part of a monthly payment in their paycheck. And so it's not a stipend. And it's not categorized as a stipend in your system. And there are para rules and regulations about how much can add to each month to an educator's paycheck for these additional sorts of pay. So we're trying to be really mindful of when we do that so that we're not getting anybody into any sort of trouble with para because we've taken too much of this additional pay on it. There's a variety of reasons why, but what we can commit to the stipends that are outlined in 1710E will be paid in November and April. Steve?
Maybe I missed this, but can you talk to me about the concurrent enrollment? Why that was struck? Yeah, so first of all, over half of the concurrent enrollment courses are taught at Warren Tech. So those educators are already receiving differentiated pay because they have a completely different way in which they are just revised, 3 years ago?
And so they are already receiving additional pay for the work that they are doing, the very unique and very effective work that they are doing. The remaining teachers, as far as those who are teaching concurrent enrollment in a high school, talked to Heather Waldron about this yesterday and about the why. So what she talked about was the real cost to being a concurrent enrollment educator mostly comes before you're even qualified to teach concurrent enrollment. You have to have a master's degree or 18 hours in the course that you are teaching for concurrent enrollment. And so like teaching or the stipend coming afterwards annually is really not compensating an educator for getting this additional education. They have it and they are qualified, or they don't have it. But it's honestly, like, I'd love to just pay for all educators to have a master's in what they teach. And we don't have that kind of funding. So this is just one additional add to the overall request for funding that we didn't feel was as impactful as some of the others.
But my understanding, don't they have to provide a syllabus and then also keep 2 grade books? That was kind of my understanding of that.
That, I mean, that's probably true. I'm sorry, I didn't go into that. I just asked, like, what do you have to?
Because I mean, there still is ongoing work. I guess it's what she. Rob?
Yeah, it was the same. Sorry, I was,
Oh,
same point. I believe they have to, I think they have to provide their tests. They have to provide a syllabus. And they have to be in communication with the college each semester to make sure that what they're doing is rigorous. So to me, a day's salary seems appropriate for, you know, that additional workload that they're having to do.
I hear you.
if there are no further questions. Oh, sorry, Dale. Sorry, Dale.
Mine is about the outdoor lab stipend. I'm just curious about why it went back to $100 a night. It's been $100 forever. Probably, I don't know, $100 when I was in 6th grade, a long time ago. I don't know. So could you just explain why it went back to $100 a night?
I mean, all of this is about the finite amount of money that we have and the infinite asks and the infinite desire we want to do to compensate everyone for the additional things that they are doing. It's really just about the finite amount of money. It's not that we don't value the educators and what they're giving up to have to do that by teaching 6th grade and attending outdoor lab with their students on behalf of their students. Yeah, I get it.
My question, so was that language that you had presented, I don't know how this works, I'm still learning, finalized before the governor signed a new budget, I think 2 days ago? That increased education, spending in education at the state level?
I'm not aware of the governor changing something 2 days ago.
Oh, signing the
Or-
proposed budget.
The adopted budget is,
For 25-26.
hasn't been adopted yet, right? So it gets adopted by the Board of Education. I'm sorry, Jeffco's budget.
Oh, sorry.
That's not been adopted yet.
Yeah, I'm talking about the state allocations for district by district.
Unless something changed from the last time it was presented around like the old formula and the new formula and the 4-year averaging and the way in which they're going to reallocate funding. No, this has not changed.
Pretty sure it did, right?
Was there something different between the old funding and the new funding and the 4-year averaging?
I'm getting yeses.
We were hearing it.
That's the most recent information I have. I mean, I talked to our finance team today and they didn't have any different information.
Come back up and call kids with that question, then I'll look into it.
It's okay. So, we have a financial and operational information slide deck prior to moving forward with to our compensation offer and an overview of the asks that have been made so far. So, first of all, this was prepared by our finance team. And as everyone knows, they are the team that that works on budgeting and forecasting in response to the state funding formula, as well as other revenue sources that come in for Jeffco. So the things that we'll cover in these slides, first of all, a revenue comparison. So the district's forecast and projections versus the Colorado Department of Education's estimates for total program. There is some difference of information that we would like to clarify as to why that exists. We also will cover the multi-year comparisons of enrollment declines versus staffing levels, including separating out general administration into school-based versus central. And we'll talk about it when we get there, but it was represented as all central last month, and that's not accurate. And so, and then finally, just some reminders and key context for everyone to be aware of. So first of all, the following slides carefully break out each part of the CDE total program estimate in comparison with the district's forecast of our share, Jeffco's share of total program. So a few important things to know. First of all, total program is 75% of the total revenue in the general fund. We receive other revenue streams, mill levy overrides, etc. But the 75% of the general fund is total program, which is provided from the school funding formula from the state. There are other parts of the revenue of the 25% that isn't included in total program that are also moving up and down and shifting. So some of the key points here with regard to the revenue comparisons that you'll be able to see and develop a somewhat of an understanding of. This is really complicated stuff, and so might be speaking Greek, some of you. The district's budgeted total program is more accurate because of these factors. When I say more accurate, I mean more accurate than CDE's estimate. So first of all, there's a charter share versus a district share. As everyone knows, we serve and support 16 or 16, maybe give or take one or two charter schools, and charter enrollment is currently flat, while the district's funded count is dropping significantly. So as you can imagine, this impacts our year-over-year comparisons. The CDE estimates do not remove the charter share. Secondly, we have what we call uncollectible taxes. Believe it or not, there are property owners that do not pay their property taxes. I don't know how they're still property owners, but there are, it does happen, and we have no recourse to collect those taxes. So they just go unpaid, uncollected by the school district. The at-risk rate. So the state carried forward the FY25 at-risk rates into FY26, making their estimates. However, this is not realistic. So as many of you are aware, during the pandemic and in the years that followed, there was a lot of hold harmless around at-risk. Didn't require families to resubmit applications to be approved for at-risk, thus having lower fees or no fees at all. And so the state is still projecting out information that for students that no longer qualify or might not even be in the school system anymore. And so we anticipate that about 1,800 students that they are currently counting will fall off of the count. In FY26, the district estimated our enrollment at a decrease in November that was less than actuals that we are currently experiencing. So the forecasted enrollment is more accurate today, which makes sense because we've gone through enrolled Jeffco, families are enrolling or not enrolling. And so we have a weekly count that is reviewed by our entire budget team to be able to inform our projections and adjust our projections. So we very much regret that in November, when shared with the state, there was a decreased projection of 250 students. It is actually closer to 800 students today that we are projecting we will decrease. So some background information on revenue. This is this current year. I don't want anyone to get confused that this is next year's projection. It says right at the top, FY 24-25. So Jeffco's total program is $816 million, right? So within that are a lot of these different funds, right? There's the charter, when it says FTE, just for everyone who typically expects that to be full-time employee, it's actually, in this case, full-time enrollment. So there's charter full-time enrollment that's taken into consideration, the district's full-time enrollment, the total actual full-time enrollment, and the total funded full-time enrollment. All of those numbers are taken into consideration in determination of the total program. As a reminder, just for everyone who doesn't always follow all of this information, actual versus funded. Actual are students that are actually here today. Funded is including the average that we are currently under for state funding, right? So we're under a 5-year average. That's taking enrollment over the last 5 years, averaging it, and we get the funding for the average, not the actuals right now. So in reducing to the district only total program, a few things have to take place. Number one, we have to remove our charter share. It is a law and expectation that we pass through funding to our charter schools. This year, that was just over $86 million. So our total program without the charter funding is $730 million. Second thing we have to do is take into account that those uncollectible property taxes I was telling you about, that again, some people just don't pay. We have no recourse to find them. And so that's about $3 million this year. So that reduced the district total program, district only total program, to $727-ish million. So for the year-over-year increase in total program, so from this current, what you're seeing on the screen, so what's coming next for FY 26, CDE is projecting, as you stated in April, a $7.8 million increase for Jeffco's combined total program. The district is projecting a $1.5 million increase for the district only total program. So again, there are some factors that CDE is using that are not either they don't belong to the district, they belong to the charters, or they will be adjusted based on declining enrollment and a decrease in at-risk funds. So again, Jeffco's combined total program is district only plus charters. So that's what CDE is figuring. The CDE does not attempt to estimate uncollectible local taxes, which again are roughly 1% of local taxes in and across a year. I know, it's crazy. I pay my property taxes, I don't have a choice. So the revenue comparison, these are really tiny numbers, and you all have access to the PDF version of this. There's a $3.2 million difference between CDE's published estimate for Jeffco's total program and the district's before removing the charter share and taxes. So that $3.2 million is represented in these two columns, and the variance reasoning is on the right, the far right column. So you can see that the CPI, Consumer Price Index, is the same. We're both estimating the same because we get that estimation from the state. You can see October count. The CDE has published 73,091 as their estimate using our number that we provided to them back in November. Now have more accurate updated numbers. As I was talking about, we are projecting a district October membership of 72,545, which includes total funded, district funded, and our per pupil revenue. So again, the reason those numbers are different is because of the averaging formulas that the state is using. And it's pretty complicated. It sounds like a lot of you are very familiar with what's happening at the state legislature. But you can see their new formula and how it has been adjusted with regard to a 4-year average, but there you subtract out the new funding from the old funding. It's very complicated. Find the pretty graphic either on one of our Board of Education slides, or I'm sure the state has it on theirs as well. Again, the at-risk is changing. CDE is projecting 30.8%. We are projecting 28.7%. Again, we are expecting that at least 1,800 students are going to fall off of our at-risk count that had been previously scooped up, grandfathered in, if you will, but don't necessarily have the accurate representation of being at risk. It is my hope that it's because people are not experiencing at-risk financial factors. I don't believe that to be true. I believe that people are still experiencing at-risk financial factors and socioeconomic challenges, and they're not having to produce those right now. They're not having to demonstrate that to anyone in order to get free lunch, for example, because we have the Healthy School Meals for All Act that's currently providing free lunch for all students. You can see the difference between the at-risk funding, about a $2.2 million ELL funding we believe to be static. And then the total online and Ascent formula funding we anticipate will be decreased by about $200,000. Again, the old total program funding in this new House Bill 24-1448 phase-in period, you see that there will be a slight increase of $385,426. You can see that when you take all these numbers into consideration, the difference is from the state published to the district generated and projected revenue is about $3.2 million. After that, we have to remove one specific fund called the Charter School Institute Total Program Funding. We have some charter schools that exist within Jefferson County that are not our charters. They're actually state managed charters. Because they are situated in we get the funding for them in our formula, but then they take it right back out and send it right to those two particular schools. One of which is Golden View Academy, and the other one, sorry, the name is eluding me. It's not one I'm very familiar with because it's never been a charter of ours, whereas Golden View used to be. So again, you can see the total program changes between what is being published by CDE and what is being anticipated by Jeffco. There's a difference of $3.1 million just in these adjustments. Okay, so moving along in those revenue comparisons. I know for some of you this is super boring, and others of you are like, well, math, so exciting. So I apologize for those of you who are like, this is boring. But this shows when we back out our charter share and again the uncollectible taxes, we are again anticipating a district-only total program of $728.4 million. So that's 1.5 million higher than current year. Again, the state is projecting 7.8 million. Do not believe that to be true. And so this again shows the charter share of what has to be passed through and the difference in what the state thinks and what we are projecting. Again, the at-risk fund, I talked a little bit about this. So there's the district only at-risk rate declined by 2.4% from last year to this year. In the fall of 2025, we did receive a late addition of 1,800 students who were carried over without meeting the current year qualifications. Again, we anticipate those 18 students will no longer qualify without meeting the next year's qualifications. So from FY26, FY25, this current school year, to FY26 next school year, we estimate that the district only at-risk population will decline from 32.1% to 30.1%. Again, as the grandfathering of pandemic support or allowances sunsets and the trends continue to decrease with decreasing enrollment. Okay, a couple of slides with regard to enrollment declines and point in time staffing levels. So first of all, I want you to know that time period of analysis matters. So this really handy dandy book of 300 and some pages, 149 pages, is called the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the ACFR. It's how we lovingly refer to it. It is available to anyone who has time to read 149 pages of exciting budget numbers. So should you be interested, it is available and I'm happy to send you the link, but that is where all of this information came from. All of the information that you shared in your slides last, not all of it, majority of that information came directly from this Jeffco published report. So I don't want anyone to think it's just like randomly made up. They're in this. Find the page if you'd like. So there's an intentional and publicly discussed lag between the biggest enrollment drop from FY20 to FY21 and the actual staffing true-ups that occurred 2 to 3 years later. So as everyone is aware, we had a lot of additional funding from ESSER during that time. And it was important to us that we maintain staffing levels regardless of the declining enrollment that we were experiencing. We acknowledge that more teachers to support even the fewer students that were available to get them back to pre-pandemic academic performance was essential. And in most areas, I believe that we have gotten back to pre-pandemic performance. And we believe that that is because of the educators in our schools who were supporting students very intentionally and specifically to their own individual needs. So to understand declining enrollment, it's really important that we use at least 5 years of data for both the decrease in student enrollment and the decrease or increase in staffing, because that really helps to understand a smoothing effect, right? If you just look at this year to next year or last year to this year, it's not going to give you enough information to really understand a full picture. So again, the source of data matters. Again, the ACFR that I just showed you, this handy dandy notebook, provides a point in time snapshot of actual staff. So again, it's just a point in time. It could fluctuate the day after the studies were pulled because we filled vacancies or because vacancies became available. And so the vacancy was higher in several areas during the peak pandemic years. As you all know, it was hard to work in schools during the pandemic. It was hard to work in the district and school districts during the pandemic. So what the budget articulates is the district's commitment to the resources of planned staff. That doesn't mean that the budget is always going to reflect that we actually hired those staff. We intend to. We always hope that we will have people to fill the position, and sometimes it doesn't happen. And so we have to take those vacancy rates into consideration. And then finally, with regard to the comparisons of enrollment and staffing, administrative services, although lumped together, even in the ACFR, does not equal central administration. And you can see in the ACFR, it's actually broken down like principal, assistant principal, director, executive director. So when we lump them all together and call them central administration, it's really not a fair representation because almost half of administration, administrative services is in schools. So the ACFR FTE exhibit lists several positions that are not clearly identified, or excuse me, are clearly not central administration in the administrative services, such as principals, like I just said. So enrollment versus JCEA staffing, we just wanted to provide some additional information, giving a longer, this actually has 10 years of data. If you'd like to look at 10 years of data, it's very exciting. This is 5 years of data, beginning in 19 through 2024. You can see that our changes in enrollment have gone from 75,000 to 67,000 students in that 5-year period. And these, when it says 19, that's actually the 18-19 school year, the 19-20. So it's always the second half of the school year that we refer to. The point in time decrease of actual JCEA FTEs, and I want you to know this includes all JCEA FTEs, is 5.4% since 18-19. So it went from 5,335 down to 5,047. So again, that's all JCEA, that's everybody. That includes DTLs, counselors, TOSAs, anybody in the JCEA bargaining unit position. So I don't want to misrepresent this as teachers. That's not correct. This one, however, is teachers. So again, change in enrollment, 11.3% over 5 years. The general teacher, and this includes elementary, all core subjects, all teachers who are teaching in a classroom in a school, including learning specialists and center-based teachers, et cetera, decreased from 7.5% over 5 years. So from 4,338 to 4,015. So enrollment versus staffing, just a few key points. So teacher FTEs have declined less than student enrollment over the last 5 years. Jeffco will need to continue adjusting staffing at all levels and in all positions and in all bargaining units to align to enrollment decreases over time, right? We're projecting continued decreases. We will have to adjust staffing. We hope to do that collaboratively. So a question, why did the overall JCEA staffing decline less than general teacher staffing? So a couple of reasons why. Contract negotiations prioritize increasing minimum staffing of non-general teacher roles such as TLs, instructional coaches, counselors, like those are all bargained positions that are required at a certain FTE. So sometimes we maintain those and not general teacher roles, regardless of the number of students. Sometimes the number of students does impact it, like DTLs and coaches. Another reason, Jeffco has expanded its social emotional learning and special education supports. So although for some of you, it doesn't feel like it because it feels like the needs are up here. The level of support is right here. That has been a result of the last 5 years. And then finally, Jeffco has increased licensed teachers for ECE services. So as we are continuing to add licensed teachers to preschool classrooms, which is the absolute right thing to do, and they're doing an amazing job, that has evened out that decrease in teachers. So central administration versus school administration, this is just a real, just helping you understand why can't lump them all together. It's different, right? So you can see school administration on the top left includes principals, assistant principals, managers, supervisors, resource specialists, food service coordinators, school business managers. There are 334 total this year, up from 320 5 years ago. Central administration, you can see, is superintendent, chief officers, executive directors, managers, technical specialists, coordinators, administrators, administrative assistants, and investigators. These are the general roles and ways that fill these. I want you to note that we don't have 2 superintendents in Jeffco. We have a superintendent and a deputy superintendent. Prior to 2021, we did not have a deputy superintendent. And so I don't want anybody to think we have 2 superintendents, we're paying 2 superintendents. Don't. And so you can see that there was a 14 FTE increase from 2020 to 2020. Now, if you take into consideration 2022, when we had 360 and central administrators, and increased to 410, yeah, that looks like we increased by 50. We didn't. We had a 14% vacancy rate that year. And so really 396 down to 385, back up to 410 is probably closer to the real story. We did not increase by 50 central administrators. So some key points in here. FY22 was a high point in terms of vacancies for central administration. In the pandemic, regionally low unemployment and a lack of competitive compensation in Jeffco, we acknowledge, made it especially difficult to hire for the professional services roles here centrally. The 5-year trend shows increases in both school and central administration. We acknowledge that is true. The position with the greatest growth in school administration is business managers. So business managers were a new role in that period of time for schools beyond a high school. And so business managers have become a really essential and supportive role for schools beyond high schools. Middle schools have them now. Elementary schools have them now. It's a choice that they put into their own school-based budget. And so principals also are reporting a really high degree of satisfaction with that position. Finally, in Central, the growth of 14 FTEs over 5 years reflects an increased ability to hire into positions that were previously vacant. And we find these positions to be supportive of improving our service delivery to schools, which, as everyone knows, that's the second priority in our strategic plan, Jeffco Thrives. Central services in support of schools. One thing I wanted to put out, each year we do a mid, max, minimum, midpoint, maximum comparison of all school districts. It's not always accurate it's accurate. It's not always the sole data point that you should look at when you look at step 1. First of all, we hire very few teachers into step 1, lane 1 in Jeffco. I believe 64 teachers last year were hired into step 1, lane 1. Most teachers are hired at lane 3, so they have a master's degree. And a good majority are hired at step 9 because they come to us with experience from other school districts. And so you can see the comparison of step 1, the midpoint, and the maximum for each of these 9 school districts. These are our typical 9 front range comparison school districts. There are some smaller school districts that we don't necessarily compare to. You don't see Littleton in here. You don't see any school districts from Colorado Springs. These really are the typical comparisons that our compensation team uses when we are doing salary range comparisons and market value for both Jeffco and JCEA. So you can see that Jeffco is number 5 at midpoint. You can also see the number of steps and the number of lanes that exist in each one of these schedules. All of these schedules are public and you can look all of them up. With more steps, as you're aware, we used to have more steps. It takes longer to get to your highest year salary. With more lanes, oftentimes there are smaller increments because you can turn in more hours to get across. It also might take you longer to get across, just depending on what the different school district schedules are. So that is information that's publicly available. So I'm going to move into our compensation conversation and offer. And so some of the things that I want to highlight, first of all, I'm sorry, there's one more thing I wanted to show you. JCEA requested this a while ago, and I just want to, and Christine, I think, has it. Sorry, I have to switch. So this is a distribution. It's a histogram distribution of salaries in Jeffco. I know you can't read this, but this shows from 57,500 down at the bottom, approximately how many teachers are in each one of these salary ranges. You can see that the majority of teachers that are on our teacher salary schedule are right there at 75,000. Please note this does not include para or benefits. So that's where the majority of teachers are at, and these numbers are rounded. They're not specific to a step in our lanes. And so this, I intended to put this information in. I apologize, I forgot the copy and paste part. So. This is JCEA's proposal on April 17th. A 7.75% COLA, steps and lanes, 2% to 4% in the last lane, lane 6, which is the PhD. benefits as presented with JCEA, which will be presented again next Thursday night. And then more information for stipends and other financial aspects of the proposal have been already shared in your Appendix B, 17, 13, and other relevant article presentations. So I wanted to just share with you the cost of some of these things. It's really important that we understand both your interests and the cost that is associated. So first of all, the 7.75% COLA for JCEA only is $41 million. Steps and lanes, we estimate at $6.9 million. I want to acknowledge in this room, we do not calculate that at 2.5% or 2.7%. We calculate steps and lanes taking into consideration turnover based on our most recent experience with turnover annually. We readjust this annually at 1.3%. So I don't want you to misunderstand that we are overestimating what steps and lanes cost. I will tell you that we do believe that many years ago, there was an overestimation of what steps and lanes cost. Our financial team has been directed to and has responded to the adjustment to take into consideration turnover and any turnover savings that may be a result. And so it's figured at 1.3%, which is including the steps and the lanes turnover savings. With regard to benefits, the most recent benefits proposal from JCEA and JCEA is outlined here with regard to the percentages of each plan's costs and the employer contribution. That is an $18.5 million total for all associations. JCEA bargaining unit represents about 55% of the total employees who elect benefits. And so I just took 55%, even though it's not a very specific number, because obviously JCEA is distributed throughout all of the different plans. So I just took 55% of 18.5 million, and it's 10,175,000 for the JCEA bargaining unit only, based on enrollment as of February in our benefits programs. Appendix B, so increasing the stipend or the lanes 4, 5, and 6 to the percentages as outlined, the percentages of step 1, lane 1 of the educator salary schedule as outlined by Jennifer's presentation. The 7.8%, 9.8%, and 11.8% is 1.8 million. That is no, that's not an estimation, sorry. That's actual of it. Appendix B, you asked that assistant tennis and golf coaches be moved from lane 3 to lane 4. That's about estimated at $9,300. We're estimating about 31 coaches and a $300 increase on average. Appendix B, adding the competitive CTSO sponsors to lane 4. We are estimating that to be approximately 250,000. I had to take an average of lane 4 because I have no idea how much experience each one of our CTSO sponsors have. So I took an average, I multiplied it by 50 because our team is estimating we have approximately 50 CTSO competitive sponsors across the district. In Appendix B, adding elementary orchestra, choir, elementary band, orchestra, choir, theater, general music, middle school choir, all of the things that were requested to add to lane 1, using an average of lane 1 and assuming 254 educators, some of whom will probably receive multiple stipends, which is okay because they're teaching at 2 schools or 10 schools or 2 levels. So I estimated that cost at 96,000 additional. We're already paying approximately 254,000, not including anything around para. So everyone's clear. A lot of this does not have para included in it. Some of it does. So I used the average of lane 1 and multiplied it by 254 educators, subtracted out the $1,000 per educator we're already paid. In Article 13, the annual leave trade-in option for educators at the daily guest teacher rate. So I want to be very transparent here that I figured out how many educators are in each one of the 3 buckets that have been identified in your language. And I said, if all of them took the maximum, now I know that is not likely, so we can cut this in half if you'd like. But if every eligible educator within each one of those took the maximum number of trade days that they could, it would be $2.5 million just this year. Because those leave balances that I used were as of 4/1. I'm happy to always share those leave balances. If anybody wonders about them, I give them more. Longevity payouts. So longevity payouts are around the 20 years. If you're 20 years in Jeffco, you get paid out a certain percentage for your sick and personal time up to 660 hours. Your proposal was to reduce that to the 10-year payout and the 15-year payout and all the numbers in between. It's really hard to estimate, but what I did share with you was the average that we pay out into a 403B is about $656,000 a year for the 20-year plus. And it's an average of $164,000 in a cash payout for people who don't have a 403B for the 20-year plus. So that's just an average of what we pay annually for the 20-year plus. It's, like I said, it's really hard to understand what that would actually look like because our estimations and the actuals were not close. So we're trying to figure that out. Adding the SLP and OT to the DORA license stipend. I called it the DORA license stipend. I know it's not just DORA. I apologize for lumping everyone into DORA. That's about $322,000. The increase in the overnight stipend from $100 per night to 0.5% of lane 1, step 1 is about $300 per night. I think it was $298. That's a very, very rough estimate of $78,600. What I did was I took the number of schools that have 6 grades, multiplied it by 2, multiplied that by the 3 nights that each one of them stay at outdoor lab, and then the 50 CTSO educators, I multiplied that by 2 nights, thinking that maybe they go to 2 competitions and they're just a Saturday to a Sunday, probably completely inaccurate, and I estimated that that might be the cost. I'm guessing it's a low estimation. In Article 17, adding 0.5% of step 1 lane 1 stipend per course for educators who teach concurrent enrollment. It's an estimated cost of $162,000. 4% increase from lane 5 to lane 6. That's a $3.1 million increase. In Article 18, as shared previously, reducing special education ratios would require an increase in FTE. That would cost approximately $5.5 million and 7 additional days of pay for special educators. This is not 10 total, this is 7 additional. We're already paying 3. I did not include that in this number. It's $3.4 million. The total estimated cost of the proposed increases that I've outlined here is $75.3 million. I want to again remind everyone that one of the things we always have to look at when we are comparing ourselves against other districts is our total program and mill levy override revenue per pupil, right? So it's great to compare us to Boulder, and they have $3,000 more per student to invest in their school district resources, including their educators and their salaries. Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick?
Yes.
On slide, oh Lord, what is this? 19. Article 17, adding SLPOT. That should be SLPOT PT.
I'm sorry, you're right. I will tell you that I failed to see the PT in the language and I forgot to estimate it. I know that there are fewer PTs, and so they're not included in that cost, but it would be a few $1,000s more.
Just want to say out loud, because
Yeah.
we've accepted, okay.
Yes, 100%. You're right. I'm so sorry. I noticed that and I meant to say it and I forgot. Thank you. This is something just to refer to, right, with regard to compensation increases, steps, lanes, COLA, and salary schedule over the past 4 years. And we obviously had more positive financial outlooks during those years. And then again, this is an updated slide, but similar to what I shared previously, considerations as we determine FY26 compensation offers. This year, we are estimating a $38 million spend into general fund balance, which again is the district reserves that you hear so much about. This trend of expenditures is projected to remain consistent or potentially increase due to inflation and tariffs. That is a very real thing that we're all wondering about into next year, which we believe is going to result in an additional $30 to $40 million spend of fund balance in FY26. A second thing to consider, that inaccurate information is being used to project Jeffco's revenue from the state. I've already shared all of that information with regard to the enrollment projection differences, the at-risk projection differences, and the 4-year averaging versus 5-year averaging for the School Finance Act. All of this considered, revenue is projected to essentially be flat from Jeffco from FY25 to FY26. You saw me earlier say we are expecting $1.5 million. For those of us who don't make $1 million a year, that seems significant. It is until you take into consideration all of the things that that we have to pay for. At this time, no significant cuts are planned. So when I say that we are estimating that we'll spend an additional 30 to 40 million, that's because we're not planning on cuts. Matter of fact, a few things we're having to increase. For example, next year we have to pay for half of every SRO that is in our schools. That is an agreement that we have with all of our law enforcement partners that we will be paying for half of every SRO. We've never had to do that before. And they are having financial challenges as well. They are giving their staff to us. And so that is one increased cost. Using reserves, as everyone is aware, we've talked about this year over year, for recurring expenses is simply not sustainable. Reserves are one-time money. Recurring expenses are recurring. We are going to need to work collaboratively, as we talked about previously, to identify reductions at all levels, at central, at schools in the coming fiscal year as enrollment continues to decline. We've already noted that inflation has been confirmed at 2.3%. And then finally, we have to take into consideration when we're determining compensation offers, all of the additional asks that have been put forward to us by the team. This was our compensation offer that we shared on 4/3. I didn't want anyone to think that I manipulated it in any way. And so this was our original offer, our adjusted offer. So all eligible JCEA employees will receive steps and lanes. That's a 2.5 to 2.7% increase based on whether or not it changed lanes. We are able to offer a 0.25% COLA for all JCEA employees. So if an educator receives steps and lanes and the 0.25% COLA, essentially that is a 2.95% raise on their current salary. If you don't receive lanes and you do receive steps because you're eligible to receive a step, it's approximately a 2.75% increase for eligible employees. On the coach and activity sponsor stipend, again, that increase in lanes 4, 5, and 6 to the respective percentages listed, and the 0.25% COLA also being applied is $1.8 million. Coach and activity sponsor stipend schedule, adding competitive CPSOs, estimated cost is $250,000. The stipend alignment to Lane 1, Step 1 of the coach and activity sponsor stipend schedule, Appendix B, is an additional, again, I took out what we're already paying to these eligible educators of $27,500. The estimated total cost is $9.6 million. And I want to note on here that I have shifted dollars per employee per month to the bottom, not saying we're taking it away, but we are shifting that conversation to the benefits proposal next Thursday night in our joint benefits bargaining session.
Okay, Dale.
Okay, so I know people at this table are not the ones who put this together. I know you are the face, but you are not the ones behind this. Our job here is to get an agreement that our members will ratify. And if they don't ratify, then we're back here and doing this again. I can tell you, and this is not directed at anybody at this table, but hopefully the people that did put this together are watching. Our members cannot and will not ratify this. Present, I don't think we had any illusions that you're going to come back and say, oh yeah, 7.75%, this is good, we're going to jump on that. I don't know what the number is, but I know the number is not this. And if we were to put this out, we would be back here at the table again. I just want to put that out, and I don't, it's not directed at anybody at this table. It's
Consulting.
Rob.
Yeah, I'll just say I agree to disagree in terms of your $6.9 million for steps. I don't feel, I mean, there might be fluctuation year to year. I don't think that's accurate.
This year it's estimated at 1.3%, just so you're aware. It's not 2.5, it's not 2.7, it's 1.3.
Yeah, I think over time, that will cancel out.
But we have to take it into consideration year over year.
Yeah, you did, but
Okay.
there's fluctuation, but I think that is inaccurate to put that number out there. Thank you for going through and talking about things. I did have one just philosophical note, and I don't want to criticize you personally, but people don't ever say English is really boring, so bear with me. And as a teacher of science and math, I think that we as teachers and educators should never present a subject in a derogatory or like a manner that takes away from its value. So to say that, oh, this is going to be really boring for a lot of people, I personally take offense to that. That's the subject I teach. And I think it's really important that we are role models to the students. If we are telling here in this situation, wow, math is really boring, so just get a hold of it. To me, that disrespects all math teachers. It disrespects science teachers, and it gives students an out to just say, well, they even say it's stupid, so why do I need to learn it? So I just want to make that comment that I found that fairly offensive.
Okay.
And I don't think it was intended that way.
Definitely not.
I
Definitely
realize
not
that, but
intended that way. And I also wonder how engaging it was for people because they were flipping through their phones, which makes me believe that they already had these slides. So they were already on slide 26. So I was just making an assumption, and I said that out loud because I saw a lot of people on their phones.
Okay.
So I apologize if that offended anyone in the room or watching online. I am thankful every day for my math teacher
Okay.
so that I don't always have to use the calculator.
And as
Thank you.
as a counterpoint, I apologize if, in that presentation, I did say central administration, and it did include some school staff as well.
Yeah, I don't think you
That-
intended to. You just,
Yeah.
you literally
Yeah.
took a picture.
That
of
was a
Yeah.
mistake on my part, so I do, just to be fair. Give
And-
and take, I do.
Right, and you weren't wrong on the increase that you.
And it's not wrong. So it's not. Thank you for kind of explaining the rationale for that. And also,
Hopefully I did it justice.
yeah, and also thank you for acknowledging that even with the dip, the central administration has increased,
Yeah.
which was our main point, was central admin has gone down, student count has gone down, teachers have gone down.
Yeah, I definitely don't intend to provide any inaccurate information to anyone or misrepresent it. So if ever that's a question, please don't.
And we'll take a look at these, I guess. I guess the one other question I have is regarding the where you had variable, and can you go a little bit more into the details of that
Yeah, so,
in terms of
I tried-
inaccuracy or apparent inaccuracy of your
yeah, so
data?
we try to estimate, here's something, believe it or not, when an educator or an employee, any employee, if anyone qualifies for this payout at 20 years plus, JCEA, Jeffco, JCEA, or unaffiliated, like no bargaining unit, because they're exempt or whatever. Our payroll team goes person by person to figure out how much service they have in Jeffco to identify each one of these payouts and what they're actually eligible for. And they compare that against their leave balances to determine like what percentage and up to 660 and all of the things. When I asked HR to pull this data for me, they pulled people who had leave balances at a certain rate when they left Jeffco over the last 3 years, and I shared that with the leaves committee. And what we tried to do was estimate using the formula that's in the process document of how we figure out what the payout is going to be. And the estimates did not match what the actuals were, even though we estimated even the 660 payout that we're already doing. And so we feel as though payroll may be doing it, they were significantly higher. The actuals were significantly higher. I'm happy to show you those spreadsheets. But so we feel like payroll is actually counting the years of experience differently than our system is counting years of experience. Because as you know, you can leave Jeffco and come back and still have more years of experience in Jeffco. And so sometimes that's just an inaccurate count. And so that's why I'm really not able to estimate this very accurately. I can go back to payroll to ask for some more guidance if you'd like a better number. But HR, we really just, we're like, not sure why it's not accurate, but it's not the same. So I would need to dig more. You're welcome.
Okay, I think that was a lot of information, and we're going to take some time to discuss during our caucus. We may come back with additional questions either this time or in our counter. And I do just want to remind everybody that, you know, with negotiations, you don't come to the table with your first, last, and best offer. We still have negotiating left to do. And, you know, to Dale's point, if we were to say this is as far as we're going to go, we'd be at impasse almost immediately after compensation started. So we are still going to be negotiating, and you know, we understand that we have to move, but we are also have an expectation that that is reciprocal. Yes, like Dale said, otherwise we may not be able to ratify. And just as a point with that, I mean, this is not the first year that we've heard the doom and gloom at the table. This is not the first time we've heard this. And we have still been able to keep a remarkably healthy reserves balance. And so I'm confident that we can find a way to come to an agreement that would be ratifiable by both parties. And I hope that we'll continue to do the work to get there. So, with that being said, I want to just thank everybody for coming this evening to be here with us in this room. And at this point, we are going to be taking a break for dinner and a caucus. I know our team needs about an hour to get some work done to come back to the table. So realistically, I'm thinking best case scenario would be 7:45, but we may have to extend till 8. Just want to be transparent about that for anybody deciding how they want to join us on this adventure. And after dinner, as a reminder, we'll be doing the AEC MOU and Article 13 and sick leave bank, most likely. And if there's anything else that comes up, perhaps. But at this point, I think dinner is for 4:23, and I think 4:22 those. And then there's a room for members as well. So we'll be back in roughly an hour.
Bargaining is 4:22, members are 4:26.
4:26, 4:20. Thank you. negotiation session. We are back from our dinner/caucus, and we are prepared to return language on an MOU for AEC and also Article 13 leaves and the Appendix D sick leave bank. We'll be beginning with the MOU language, and at this time, I know that's Christine will be putting that language in, and we also have some guests with us here tonight to help us explain, present, answer questions, clarify. And so our guests who are going to be presenting with us, would you go ahead and introduce yourselves? Come on down. Your name, your role in the school district, and what school you're at.
Hi, my name is Ryan Marchese. I use he, him pronouns, and I teach social emotional learning life skills and math at McLean Community High School.
I'm Becky Ugander. I use she, her pronouns, and I currently teach social studies at JVA. This is my 24th year in Jeffco.
Sorry, Tara Wilkins. I'm a special education teacher at McLean High School.
I'm Jason Neely. I've been at JVA for 16 years and in Jeffco for 23, and it's my 28th year overall.
Okay, so I know Becky and Ryan have some context they'd like to share before we pass our counter proposal. So take it away.
Okay. So intrigue, suspense, closed door meetings, smoke screens, last minute deals, he said, she said, finger pointing, twists and turns, and so many whodidits make for best-selling books and movies. They make for lousy real-life plot lines and failing leaders. The AEC realignment draft was made without AEC teachers, and the MOU came back from the district with collaboration up to a point. And then when it came to taking action, teachers and other stakeholders were stricken. I'll get back to that, but I want to speak specifically about JVA for a few minutes. On the 3rd of April, Amanda spoke wonderfully and said a pause on this process moving forward with regard to the AEC restructure. Any conversations, decisions, or changes to structures and schedules that have been made or communicated to staff through their administrators have been put on a pause. Great news. Anyone who listened to negotiations on April 3rd is aware that any changes to the structures of alternative education schools in Jeffco are on a pause. Amanda shared that message, was shared with every AEC principal prior to that meeting. However, at JVA, the messaging has been that we are moving forward with that plan, or had been that we were moving forward with that plan. It was not a draft. Holes were not to be poked in it, and we were told not to expect much to change in that plan. And I personally would really like to know what that looks like in practice. On the next day, the 4th of April, JVA had a staff meeting, and our principal, Renee Williams, brought up the issue of the pause. It had obviously come up just in negotiations the day before. At the very beginning of the meeting, she said that it was in place and that our work that day, creating a new attendance policy, synchronous supports, and providing credit recovery for the 25-26 school year had nothing to do with the AEC restructure. Doesn't everything beyond the school year have to do with the realignment of AECs? Since changes have already been made, that should be addressed first. Again, Amanda said, any conversations, decisions, or changes to structures and schedules that have been made or communicated to staff through their administrators have all been put on pause. So changes that have already been made for the 25-26 school year at JVA, elimination of the TAG program, targeted actions toward graduation for undercredited and overage students. And currently that plan right now is to move those students to Brady, and the program simply renamed. And in that, Edgenuity will be used as first-time learning, and we were told that was not allowed at JVA. Collaboration with ALT and OLT did not occur. Elimination, we believe, of the middle school program, although talking with JRLP, they're actually not sure that's happening, although we've been told that it is happening. And we'd like to discuss reopening registration for those kids again. This was done without consultation with OLT. and the middle school team. Kayla at JRLP was discussed with Renee, and it was just brought back to our school. Academic electives have been cut. GTE classes were cut. Honors classes were cut. AP classes were cut. Sociology was dropped last summer. For next school year, psychology 1 and 2, philosophy, anthropology, yearbook and newspaper are being combined into one course rather than 2. As far as staffing goes, we are adding a second assistant principal, creating a ratio of 1 administrator to 8 teachers. We've lost our dean, a PE teacher, the tag coordinator, a temporary social studies teacher. We're losing a social studies teacher being reassigned to French, which is not supported. Although the teacher is qualified, it should be an adjunct position instead of social that teacher should be teaching social studies. Loss of a science teacher being reassigned from a 0.8 to a 0.6 social studies teacher. That reduction in FTE is voluntary. Music teacher reducing from 0.1 to 0.8 voluntary. Loss of an SEL counselor from 1.10 to 0.5 semi-voluntary to save the other counselors in their ratios. School counselors are being told to teach an elective, although their ratios are in line with other AEC schools. Multiple staff encouraged to waive 8-5-9. Administrator requests the teacher assume a schedule requiring more than 3 preps per term. This is a consequence of assumption of being overstaffed, too many classes and not enough people. One teacher refused an admin noted on the master schedule. Teacher refused 4th prep. You continued in your remarks. So I again want to appreciate those educators and also acknowledge their feelings and their confusion around why they are hearing me say what they are potentially hearing Dr. Kim or other leaders in the district say, and what they are hearing their own administrators say. And so please know that our goal is to write the record and move forward in a more collaborative space. So thank you again for sharing this afternoon. Please define a pause. We ask at the end of our staff meeting on the 4th, given the pause, would we be holding off the middle school closure and the removal of classes and tag? We were told that the enrollment didn't support that staffing didn't support that those things didn't have to do with AEC restructuring. Other AECs are saying they're hearing the same thing. Cut staff, change your programming. Please help us understand what it really means in real life and what has occurred can be righted. And for the realignment, allow the boots on the ground to be part of the process from start to finish. Do not placate us by having us along for the discussion, hearing us, but in the end, not valuing us by including us in the vote on the actions moving forward. That's not the ending to the story any of us wants.
Hi, I'm here to speak about why we need language in this MOU that gives educators at AECs more than just an opportunity to be heard, but an opportunity to genuinely engage in a collaborative process. AEC educators have repeatedly heard from our district leadership that they value our opinions and are ready to collaborate with us as we work together to build the new landscape of AECs in Jeffco. Unfortunately, their actions consistently demonstrate just the opposite. You've already heard AEC educators talk about what happened in late February when we were first informed of the district's vision for the new AEC landscape in Jeffco. So I'd like to focus on what has happened since then. For me, as a teacher in the adult diploma program at McLean, the massive changes proposed to how adult students in Jeffco learn has been my primary concern. Open-minded about change, even if it's difficult. If the adult learning program moving to another school is a proposal that has supporting evidence showing that we'll be able to have a positive impact on more students at a different location, okay, that sounds hard, but if that's what the evidence shows, let's do it. A key part of the proposal that was most troubling to my colleagues and I was the proposal to shift adult learners in Jeffco from teacher-led instruction to Edgenuity-led instruction for all classes. Shortly after the initial meeting where we learned about this proposal, our community superintendent came to meet with me and my team in an effort to show the district's commitment to collaboration. When all of my colleagues and I expressed our concerns about this proposed change, we were told that our opinions were wrong. We were not told we value what you hear and you're all saying the same things. We're going to take this back and really reconsider it. We were told you are wrong. This proposal is supported by data and research. And I raised my hand and I asked, okay, I'd love to see that data and research. was told it would be emailed to me within a couple of days. So a couple of days later, I sent a follow-up email saying, hey, I'd really love to see this data and research. And I was then told that someone had misspoken and there wasn't actually data and research supporting this specific part of the plan. I unfortunately learned that research and data are words that are often used by our district leadership as code words for, this is the thing that I want to do. When I ask for the research and the data repeatedly, I'm told it's coming later. It's coming later. When we hosted a roundtable for AEC educators at McLean last week, and I asked the same question to Dr. Kim, I was told that actually that shouldn't have been in the proposal in the first place. What? Why was it in the proposal in the first place if it's supported by research and data? And why, when I raised my concerns and my colleagues raised our concerns, we told that we were wrong? Why did I have to repeat myself over and over and louder until it felt like I was heard? The next phase of the district's efforts at collaboration is a listening tour. A listening tour is not working together. It is not collaboration. We don't want to be listened to while someone else makes the plan themselves. We want our expertise and our experience to be honored by playing a legitimate role in making the plan with our district leadership. While a listening tour itself is inherently not collaborative, the format of the listening tour adds insult to injury. We just received the agenda for the first meeting of the listening tour. There are 3 questions that we are allowed to answer, none of which have anything to do with the proposed new AEC landscape. We are not able to discuss that at this listening tour, where we are told what we are allowed to speak about. This is more top-down decision-making that does not honor the fact that valuing the experience and the expertise of teachers is not simply a box you have to check in order to say that you collaborated. It requires meaningful input and a sharing of decision-making power. I have learned over the past few months that if I wish to have my voice heard by our district leadership, I need to repeat myself again and again and louder. So I'd like to conclude by repeating a question that I've asked repeatedly to our district leadership and I have not learned an answer to. We've been asking for the data and research that supports proposed changes since we first had this vision shared with us in late February. We initially were told that the reason for this AEC landscape work has to do with dropout rates. Dropout rates at AECs, we were told, are much higher than dropout rates at neighborhood schools. Therefore, something needs to be done to fix this. This would be like comparing a hospital to an apartment complex across the street and saying so many more people are dying at this hospital. Something must be, no one's dying at the apartment complex. We've got to do something about this. The reason students come to AECs is because they are at risk of dropping out. Of course, we have a higher dropout rate. Another key point of evidence that has been presented as, quote, the reason for our AEC landscape work is that we have had an increase in dropout rates in AECs over the last several years. That's why we need to not just define what every AEC does, but we need to rehaul programming and make these major changes to how students learn. This data was shared in an email we received from Dr. Kim. This data was also presented to the board in a monitoring report. So we looked into this data. These are the dropout rates at AECs. The data that was referred to is that over the past 2 years, we have seen an increase in dropout rates at AECs. Over the past year, we saw a dramatic increase in dropout rates, therefore need to do something to fix this problem. I thought it was kind of weird that we were only looking at the changes over 2 years. I heard it mentioned earlier when COLA was being discussed that looking at 5-year trends is really much more accurate to see overall trends. So I looked into the appendix where the 5-year trends were listed, and I saw a very different picture. In 2021 to 2022, there was this dramatic 5 percentage point drop in dropout rates at AECs. This was when we were hybrid. I'm assuming it had something to do with COVID. But if we look at the 5-year trend, we can see that dropout rates at AECs have actually improved over the past 5 years. We're told that dropout rates are the reason for our AEC landscape work, when the data shows that they're actually getting better. Then I thought, well, let's compare to what's happening to dropout rates in the rest of the district or even the rest of the state. You know, if they were improving much more dramatically everywhere else, maybe that would be a fair comparison. So if we look at dropout rates in Jeffco over the past 5 years, they've increased. If you look at dropout rates in the state of Colorado over the past 5 years, they've increased. So we're being told this increase in dropout rates over the past 2 years is the reason for our AEC landscape work. This was communicated to us in an email. This was communicated to the school board in a monitoring report. But that's not what the data shows. Anyone that could look at this data of 5 years and just look at the change in the top 2 years either isn't honestly analyzing data or they're not very good at statistics. Either way, this is why we need this process to include AEC educators, potentially even some statistics teachers. If this is the data analysis that's being used to justify these major changes to programming, we don't want to help refine the plan at the last step. We want to go back to the drawing board and work together with our district leadership to come up with a plan that best serves our students. We do not want a listening tour. We do not just want to be heard. We don't want a voice. We want to vote. Thank you.
So I'll go quickly here. A couple points I want to continue to bring up is we need an understanding of what a pause means, because a pause in this room or in the school board meeting room is completely different than what we are hearing in our schools. So we need to have some protection as teachers of what that pause is and how do we move forward, because we all believe in change. If you work at an AEC, you have to believe in change because it is a constant change from day to day, quarter to quarter, year to year. There's no staying the same in an AEC ever. It's always moving. So we believe in change. We want to change with it. Like my colleagues have said, we want the change to make sense. At JVA, where I teach, we are supposed to be an asynchronous school. 88% of the work done by our students is done outside of the traditional 8 to 4, Monday to Friday time. Surprisingly, a high percentage of it happens between midnight and 8 a.m. every single day. The changes that are proposed is to get rid of asynchronous education in Jeffco or move it to just part-time. That is an 84% reduction in our school in FTEs and seats. The data analysis of why we've had to change and why my program is going and being forced on Ryan has been just the opposite from the district. My program has been told that our data doesn't support us staying, that you can't use Edgenuity for first exposure. So that program has been cut for next year. So it'll go away for a year and then it'll reopen up again a year later at Brady because the data says that it is the correct way to be working with those students. Ryan's opinion about the program is not inaccurate. It is from a different perspective from mine. I 100% believe in the program. If you told me that we were going to take my program and make a whole school up, I would be ecstatic. Instead, what I'm told is what you are doing is the worst thing you could be doing for your kids. So we're going to make you stop doing it and we'll reopen it a year from now at it with somebody else doing it. That's the kind of decision making that we are being forced to deal with, and we need some help with how do we deal with that, because we know change is necessary, but we want to be a part of it.
Okay. So. All right, I'll walk us through the language. All of my friends here, plus Michelle, if I miss something, say something wrong. Also to note, if you go to the bottom of this, it is the, what was presented in the district in the bottom of 23. We're trying to we agree we're starting an MOU, so we're going to start from the top. We tried to reflect all the places that were already in agreement with the various colors and the highlighting. We'll want to make sure it's all there just so that way we all see where we're at. Okay, we're going back to the August through December timeline because we feel like that's a solid chunk of time. And we are gonna put we're in agreement about those schools with the exception of Sebeski. We're including Sebeski again for some of the reasons in which I mentioned in the last bargaining session, but essentially so much of Sebeski is reliant upon also these other programs. So if there are changes in the programs there, it's going to impact Sebeski. And if there's no clear process for how kids get into Sebeski, that dramatically affects everyone's enrollment. So we feel like they need to be a part of the conversation. We are, again, going back to this one group of folks. I don't think there's anything in here that prevents you from creating subcommittees. Like, it's very logical that JRLP and JDA would be a subcommittee. And I don't think this prevents you from doing that. I also think that even that subcommittee would have to report back to the bigger group because, like, let's just say, under the proposed plan we're all moving away from because we are all going to agree what pause means. There was an element of JVA that moved to Brady. So, like, if that were to play out, or if any of these programs were moved to any other various schools, that needs to get reported out to the larger group. I think also, like, if I understand correctly, this was part of the board's mission as a part of the ROFS process, recognizing that there were kids that we were not serving. And so if there are kids we're not serving and the goal is to expand some of these programs, then all the schools should be a part of that conversation. Okay, I'm going to keep trucking on. Committee representation. I think 3 educator representatives chosen by their peers. I would say that if they're chosen by their peers, they're elected. So we're putting elected back in. We were in agreement about B and C, and we've agreed to the strike of D-ish. More on that soon. We were in agreement upon all of this stuff. I just made it, well, Michelle made it into a list because she's really smart, and it reads better that way. We are just making the addition of raw data. Often in these committees, you'll get a summary of data, sure. In addition to that, we just want to make sure that people have the ability to look at the raw data. The committee will choose one educator representative to co-facilitate with a central administrator. I think that it's important to have someone from central involved because otherwise we have the risk of the committee makes all these choices and then, someone will come up from on top of them and say, oh, wait, you can't do that. Or, oh, wait, what about this thing? So just having them oversee the process, our hope is that will kind of help streamline some of those issues. I think that's also how the LEADS subcommittee was structured this year as we co-facilitated. February 2026, the committee members will. This is returning to some of the language you put the first time, but in a list format because it's much better that way. We understand that programming decisions are not always in our contract, although I would say Article 23 is a great example of a programming that is in our contract. Asynchronous and synchronous is mentioned in 23 because sometimes programming affects people's working conditions. So it's not like a black and white, we bargain this or we don't. It is sometimes the two are intertwined. And so we still think it's important that, number one, there is an actual decision-making protocol that the committee needs to follow. Just like our school-based committees strive to make consensus-based decisions, so should this group. And if not, we believe, it's important that more than 50, it's not a 50% plus one. Like, these changes are so substantial that it shouldn't be a 60% threshold is pretty important. And we think all the recommendations can come forward to the bargaining teams, and we're very smart and can figure out which needs to be amended as a part of our contract. But again, to go back to 23, I just had a question today from someone saying, wait, are we shooting ourselves in the foot by going back to synchronous and asynchronous for JDA and JRLP? Well, no, if this process changes those models, we will have to renegotiate that. So I think that's why we feel like it's important that there's still a portion of the contract that's going to need to be updated to reflect the changes. We also added in this counter, though all programming decisions may not be negotiated as a part of the JCEA contract, all programming decisions made by a majority of those serving on the committee will be binding. So the point of all of these lovely folks here, they want to feel like serving on this committee gives them a real voice in the decisions that are made. They're not just there to talk about what they would like. They get to actually make some decisions about the futures of these schools. We're moving back to the timeline of 27-28. Our goal was to have an on-ramp. So, next year the committee does the work and we negotiate. The following year, people might need to get retrained. They might need some professional learning. They might need stuff. It shouldn't be an undue burden on their work, right? To say like, hey, in 2 weeks, you need to learn everything for what your new school will look like. So having an on-ramp year, I think will be best for kids because no one will feel fried, burnt out, trying to get caught up with, the new expectations for their school. We have also gone back to no educator will be displaced or reduced due to a change in programming. And we kind of added this language to hopefully clarify some of the intent. So if two schools merge, educators will be offered a transfer to the new merged school. I think of this like the Bergens. Those two schools were not in the ROPS hiring process because it was a true merger. If a program that is currently offered to schools is moving to a different school, let's just say, for example, the TAG program is moving to Brady. The educators will be offered a transfer to the school receiving the program. So if you still really wanted to do TAG, you would be offered to transfer with that program. In both instances, educators will not need to re-interview for their position. And that's the end of that. And do you all want to chime in there? Did I miss something?
Great, thanks for saying.
Questions? That's fine.
So top of the MOU where it's talking about from August to December 2025, an ad hoc work group will be created. The language that we proposed that would be in partnership with the district DLT is not there. So who's the district? Like, there's nothing in there about who the district representatives are. We proposed that would be the district ALT. I don't see any language.
Yeah, that might have been, that's why I have the other language down below, is because I was trying my best to move things up. And that might be a piece that we missed when we went through it that you might want to add back in.
That's why we struck D about having the administrator from the central serve as the non-voting facilitator member. It's because our intent would be that would be the district ALT would be the group or the representatives from that group that would serve on this ad hoc committee.
Can I ask, like, do you even, who from the district ALT, like all the TOSAs?
No, the ALT, the district ALT is made up of, so Dr. Kim she's the deputy superintendent in charge of ALT. And so she and the chief of schools, so Drew Coleman, and the chief academic officer, which is Renee Nicosodes, the chief of family and community partnerships, which is Tara Pena, chief student success officer, Matt Polero. And then oftentimes there are additional people who participate in that committee as ad hoc ALT members, if you will. So the associate chief of schools sometimes attends, the executive directors of teaching and learning sometimes attend, sometimes the directors attend. So it's kind of a fluid committee, but it is primarily made up of the chiefs that represent the academic departments in Jeffco Central Services.
So when it said in your original language, I'm looking at that now, will engage with the leadership team. Like, so did that mean that all of those members would be working with that group? They'd send a representative, how would that?
Yeah, I would assume that it would be representatives from ALT because I'm not sure that it would apply to, I mean, obviously there could be some potential pending the decisions that would come out of that team or recommendations that would come out of that team. It might impact family and community partnerships. So Tara might be part of that conversation. Certainly it's going to impact special education and teaching and learning. And so I would expect that potentially Dr. Kim would ask Renee and Matt to lean in and be engaged with that committee. The word engaged, we just like collaborate, work with.
There would be some members, representatives as a part of that group needed.
I mean, that's kind of what we envisioned.
Okay.
Yeah, I think to Michelle's point, like, I don't think we're opposed to that. It was more of that's why they're both there. We probably missed something. I do think it's important that, like, that's a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you'd be open to a couple, ensuring that they don't overpower others, right?
I wanted to clarify how students get in and out of Sebesky a little bit. I think that process sounds like it's confusing to some. And so I just want to clarify that, first of all, it has been unclear because sometimes we've included Sebesky in years past and sometimes we've not when we talk really globally about AECs, right? But Sebesky truly is very, very similar to Miller in that it is our in-district separate school location, that the only way in and out of Sebesky is through an IEP team. And the IEP teams can happen in any building, any neighborhood school, any AEC. Brady could have a meeting where that IEP team determines this student needs a separate school. Never do they say this kid needs Sebesky. Like Sebesky is not an option when a team decides what their LRE is, which is least restrictive environment. Okay, so every kid that goes in and out of Sebesky is determined through an IEP team, which is different than how students get in and out of these other AECs. Some students, where an IEP team has determined that they need a separate school, go to Sebesky. Some students, it is determined that they need an out-of-district placement, but that's the same level of programming through the special education lens that Sebesky provides. Is separate school LRE, just like our out-of-district placement schools. So it is very, very different than how we get in and out of these AECs. So I'm curious just how programming shifts in some of these other AECs impact directly the enrollment of Sebesky, because that is not how students get in and out. It is not how students get in and out now. It is not how students will get in and out ever, because it is truly is through the special education process. It is not the one decision of any provider supporting that student. So I just want to clarify that for everybody, just to kind of understand how it has been confusing, and also just how we get kids in and out of that program. And that school is very different, the process for these schools.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, we look forward to your counter.
So much for joining us this evening and guys.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, I have to do something else first.
Right?
Yeah, there's a few slides.
Yes. So we got some slides, and then we got Article 13, and then the second one. And this is just to clarify changes in our language.
Yeah, and really just one. Okay, so should I start here?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we just have a few slides. The first one that already vanished was showing Union Strong. Rationales for language change. Okay, next slide. And this slide actually has a couple things. One thing I did want to point out was the y-axis. When you look at that, you'll notice that I cut it not, it doesn't go all the way down to 0. I went up to 20 million. And the reason I did that was to then show up the nuances of what's going on with the data. Because if it goes all the way down to 0, then the discrepancies between the years get kind of smushed and you can't see the differences very well. Now, if the district were to do this on the graph of students and cut the bottom 70% of it, and then not do it on teachers and start teachers at 0, it would make their graph look like the students were declining 3 times as fast as they really should be. So just to circle back to the presentation from the district earlier in this session, on that graph, the district cut off 70% of the student data and then did not cut off the teacher data. That gave the impression that the students were declining 3 times the rate that they were, which is deceptive. And I don't know, I don't think it should be done. I think you need to have, compare apples to apples, and you should not be comparing apples to oranges where you deceptively change one chart versus the other. So a number of members on our team had problems and difficulties with that presentation and the way that data was presented. But getting back to this one, what I wanted to highlight was that this fall of 24, so that the 24 is the year there, was considerably lower than the other semesters. Now, this data was provided to the leave study team by Amanda, I believe. And it was, data that had been analyzed. And it shows, a pretty consistent amount for the first 4 semesters, and then a significant drop. And the reason I bring that up is because there was trigger language in the district proposal that said, if the staffing if the leaves go up by 10%, then essentially things can be null and void. Well, if we go to the next slide, the fall of 2023, just read it from here because my eyesight's better here. So the fall of 2023 had 11.5% more total absence hours than the fall of 2024. The spring of 2024 had 15.5% more sick hours than the fall of 2024. The average number of sick days for the 5 semesters are 14.8% higher in the fall of 2024. The average total absences are 12.2% higher than seen in the fall of 2024. Fall of 2024 had over 10% fewer total absences than every other semester shown. So kind of getting back to the point that we just heard a few minutes ago, if we just go back to average, we've already exceeded that trigger. And so I don't think that language can be taken as worth pursuing.
Okay, next slide.
And this is just showing, the average employee has about 265 hours, 33 days of sick leave accrued. Average employee has 52 hours of personal leave. And I think we just wanted to highlight here that if you take the time off, you are then basically getting a sub, and the district has a cost of $160 for each guest teacher. Well, if you choose not to take the time off, isn't this still part of our total compensation package? So when we negotiate a compensation package, those 11 days are incorporated into the benefits and, what we are entitled to have. So it just seems odd that it's okay to take a sub, but then if you choose to be with your kids, it's not okay and you lose the time and money. Next one. Okay, and we just wanted to have this final thing, that the board recognizes the association as the exclusive bargaining agent representing all educators as defined in Article 1 in matters involving wages. This is a part of educator wage and needs to be negotiated and not set by the district in a handbook. And this will refer back to the para includable that we'll talk about in the presentation or in the proposal. And that's all I think.
Move along.
All right, so I will walk us through the changes again from my team. There were a lot of cooks in this kitchen. So if I'm missing something or you want to provide further explanation, please do not hesitate to jump in. We're going to, everything up to this point has been agreed to till we get down to 13-1-2. And we put that back in with an asterisk. And I think, Christine, I'm going to have you speak to this piece.
Yeah, I think, I was not here the last time, but I think maybe I was here, but not mentally here. I don't know. It was mentioned that there was only 4 people in this bucket. Maybe we need to clarify the bucket we're talking about because I can name 2. I don't think I know 50% of the people that fall into this bucket, but I guess I could. We intend this to mean, it does, if you're on a 1-year unpaid leave as defined way at the end part of this article, we get that you're not going to get a stipend because you're not getting a check at all. This is someone who's on maternity leave. And their maternity leave, or they might be getting an unpaid maternity leave at the time the stipend is issued. Then those people are not, they're just SOL on a stipend that, in my opinion, they have earned because they're obviously on a qualifying leave. They got on maternity leave because, they had a baby and they qualified in other ways in this article. And I think that also it's their time that they have and commitment that they put into it's a part of their compensation. We wouldn't say you're on maternity leave, you don't get your step.
And also on maternity leave, they leave sub-plans usually and are still doing work to prepare for that. So it's not.
So they shouldn't if they're on FMLA. Anyway, I tell people that all the time, stop looking. So that's our intent here because those folks are still working throughout the year, but I can name people who missed out on the stipend because they were on an unpaid portion of their maternity leave when it was issued on their check. So hopefully that helps.
We're just going to leave that there for now and address that in
The asterisk is just the explanation?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just that explanation. Okay. So I will take those out. Except for you can take them out because I'm in a different version. Cool. A version with all my notes. Okay. So we are going to continue to move down. And I just want to point out right now 13-3, I think is where we're at next. there's all the sick and personals. We just haven't highlighted any of those yet until we come to agreement in this article. So all of those we'll go back and get them in both the appendix and in this when we're in agreement. So that's why those haven't been highlighted. So I have put next, it was that we have highlighted in concept this idea of moving to the general leave. But we are going to leave that sick and personal until we are totally in agreement. Okay, so the next part, I think we were in agreement with that other part before. The red part down below, we're not in agreement, but I just want to further clarify. It was 27-28 because is it going to take us that long to get on the ERP? That's really okay.
I mean, we might be able to do it by January of 2027 instead of September, which just takes a lot of testing to make sure that we don't mess up anything.
Okay.
That's why we said.
Okay. Okay, well, with that, I just wanted to clarify that. I think we can accept that language. We were
We
just,
just say no later than fall of 2027, if that would be helpful.
yeah. Okay, so general leave by,
And
yeah, I'm just gonna, yes, if we could add something like that in there, I think that would be, yes, except, why don't you change it and I'll just continue getting us through this and then we'll go back and look at it. Brooke, do you want to do that? Okay, just because looking at the time. But yes, we're in agreement with that. So we're gonna move down then to this 13-3-2. So I am going, we had a lot of conversation around this and we are willing to accept the change to 11 days. You know, give something, get something, hopefully. And then also this idea of the 5 up front and then the 2 later. I guess my question was, were you able to talk to somebody in HR? So let's say I'm in that boat where I'm a brand new teacher and I need access to all my days up front and I'm through them. Can I call HR if I'm not a member of the sick leave bank? Hopefully I would be, but if I weren't, did we ever get an answer to that?
I feel like they sent a message, but now I can't remember. I feel like that was ages ago.
Okay,
I'm looking. at the
let's
message.
look, yeah, let me know, but we would like to accept that kind of provisionally, but with that caveat of in the worst case scenario, could somebody that's not trying to like abuse it, but they're like, look, like I need the time right now, you know, I'm a brand new teacher, et cetera. So we just want to make sure we're taking care of people in their time of need. Okay, moving on down, we are, yep, so we accepted the leave, we accepted that strikeout because of the above. We've accepted, I think A, B, and C at this point. We've accepted those changes and
D, you want me to talk about D?
please.
Okay.
Welcome, D.
Okay, sure. Healthy Family Workplace Act says you can require reasonable documentation after 4 days. I recall one of the examples was like, oh, could just be a text picture of your COVID test. Well, number one, I still think there's a world in which people going on short-term disability will need to do this twice. Number two, as Anna dug into the law and said at the table that same time, it's to the employer. There are lots of folks that the documentation can't be provided to principals. Like that could just be a whole web of revealing too much health confidential information to your direct supervisor that I think Healthy Family Workplace intends to avoid. So we have language already that says educators have to provide documentation for their short-term disability after a week. Having them do an additional something at 4 days is going to punish people who are the most sick that are going on short-term disability. So I think we can all just trust teachers if we are talking about a difference of 1 more day. In reality, and at that 1 more day, they're going to have documentation anyway. So let's allow folks to take their time.
And so we have agreed to letters E and F. minimized, so the language around the guest teacher plans, et cetera. G and H, we've agreed to, and I, K, and L. I feel like we got an alphabet issue going on here.
It's fine. J.
It's,
We never liked it.
they didn't like it. We'll fix it in language cleanup. Maybe we'll just make a note that.
We don't need J anymore.
The letters, this sounds, looks like one of my quizzes, or was, why are there two F's sections on this quiz? I'm like, alphabet is hard. So we've accepted all of that, and then on letter, we've added this letter M. And again, this is going back to the start of that article, where educators who have exhausted their leave may utilize a sick leave bank as outlined in Appendix D if enrolled. And so I guess that my question, my wondering here is again, let's talk about that teacher who maybe is enrolled in the sick leave bank, and they had a whatever, really sick family member, et cetera, and they use their 5 days and their 2 personal days in the fall. Then if they're enrolled in the sick leave bank, they should be able to then use the sick leave bank time, right? So that is essentially what that's saying in there. And again, like, okay, then they don't necessarily need them all in front because they have access to that. That's okay. All right, so we just wanted to clarify that. So, all right, so 13-3-3. So this came, from our slideshow, we had a lot of discussion around this and the fact that at this time, we just cannot accept this language because if we were going to use last year, maybe, or, this fall was an anomaly. And maybe next year there's a super bad flu strain and through no fault of anybody's, it goes up. It seems to me that if we do this, and there are serious concerns, that's why we negotiate every year. So we bring it back to the table and you bring your data and say, hey, we've looked at the last 5 or 10 years and this is really, going in a direction that we can't support 3 years in a row. Then that's data that we can talk about at the table and say, okay, we need a fix for this. And we can do that. But having this automatic trigger based on 1 year does not seem reasonable. Yes. So we've struck that. Let's see. The 13-3, so we're gonna take another swing here. And we are negotiating, so we would like to meet you partway. So we have added back in eligible educators who take their 3 or fewer days by January 15th may trade out their days. And we've kept that the per diem guest teacher rate. Now what we've done is we went in and said, okay, 2 things that we took into consideration is 1, the numbers that were given might not really be realistic in terms of the 2.5 million, right? So I don't know now how many people would have actually not taken 3 days by January 15th. My guess is it's not that, maybe not that many, not that great of a number. So already you've got that break, in terms of people using this. So we decided, okay, then let's up the total hours that people would need to have banked before they can do that. So then if you had 176, then you could trade in the 16, 264, and 352. And that was based on the 11 days this time that we've accepted, as opposed to the 12 from before. So that is our counter. And then moving down to 13-3-4, the reimbursement. So we've again tried to meet you part way. So we've upped it to the 15 years up after service. It might not be in career, sure. So we've left that struck. And then after 20 years, receive a payout for the brush. I guess that should say 15-2. Oops, we'll just fix that right now. So as was before, we've just struck the 10 to 15 and we've moved that that max up. And again, we think that that is a way to a lot of times the people that are at the end of the pay scale on that step 22, they kind of feel left out, like all of there's no COLA or not a very high COLA, and they don't have steps or anything, that we have nothing to offer them. And this is the way that we can say, yes, we honor the fact that A, you've been loyal to this district for quite a long time. And also B, you're in the classroom a lot and you're not using those hours, and we want to honor that. So we're putting that back in. And then finally, the end of the career payouts will be para includable. So I think that when looking at this, this is something that is of utmost importance to our members. This came through very strongly in our survey data, that this was way more important. And we said, hey, you know, in our group, they talked about the fact that that means you're going to get a lower payout because you're going to have to pay some of that back into para. We don't care. Our higher annual salary, we're okay to lose some of that money, knowing that it's going to go to that. And Rob, it looks like you would like to jump in.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on that. We'd actually had a slide to talk about the financial amount of that. And it was from the data that you'd provided, but looking at it, it looked like that data did not include existing pay. It just included the increases in pay, which then made the numbers all wonky.
Which data? I'm sorry.
You had given a spreadsheet to the study group, and it had cost of this end of the year payout for everything.
Yeah, that's the data that I feel like is not
and
accurate.
Yeah, it looked like wonky data. So we didn't show those slides because I don't trust those numbers.
Yeah.
But just doing a quick calculation, I'm seeing the cost of, the cost of being para-includable here is probably about the same as the cost of one educator, roughly. If you take that $600,000 from your presentation earlier, $600,000 payout cost on average. If you do the 20% para-includable, you get something roughly the cost of an educator, maybe a few $1,000s more. And I guess you have to then look and see, is honoring the career of people who've put half of their life into education in the district and having all these educators who put all this time into the district, is that something that we as a district, feel is worthy of honor. And to me, 120,000 give or take dollars, in a $750 million budget, that's a pretty small amount. And the benefit that we see from that then is, we do get a lower payout because we then have to pay the para-includable fee there. But then you will get that on the in your para amount, and then for the rest of your life, you will get that additional money. So unless you kick off within a year or two, you actually you will actually see a benefit. And I don't know. I just think, it's a value judgment of, is the district willing to honor all the time that these educators have put in for service?
And also this is something that most other districts are doing. So that means that a teacher that retires from another school district is going to get that going forward that we aren't getting here. And so if that's something you're thinking about, why would I want to retire here? Maybe that wouldn't be the only reason, but it sure is like, okay, add that to the top end of the pay scale somewhere else, add that onto it, et cetera, et cetera. And, it adds up to.
And I know for a colleague who's, is very close to me, that payment was $12,000, which, if you look at, I don't know, cut 20% off, so then you're down to $10,000. And that, if that goes into, a third of the para amount, you're talking a couple $1,000s potentially throughout the rest of your life.
Okay. All right. So then, and again, we have left this struck. We haven't accepted it yet, although I think we probably will. But once we get to a place where we are in agreement on all things, I think we'll just accept all this. So I'm just going to move us down to bereavement. So 13-8-9. Okay. All right, so we are gonna put the 3 back in. So I'm just, we had a wondering about the numbers of realistically, how many people might this be? Like, I mean, do we have an overwhelming number of people maybe that are taking this bereavement leave? And for that, and that's a real question. Like, I don't know, are we talking about 20 people? Or are we talking about, 1,000 people? I guess I get where that would be a difference. But, again, when we're looking at somebody that's going through, the worst, probably one of the worst things that's going to happen to them, an extra day is a small thing that we could do for them. So we have put that back in. And if you happen to have those numbers, we would be, interested to entertain them. Then down to parental leave of absence. So we heard the argument where we hear where you're at. We're just gonna take a swing at the 10 weeks. We're gonna meet in the middle-ish. Yeah, we think that this is something that we can do for our families, and supporting educators that are also parents and hoping that they stay with our school district if they can afford to do so. So that's something that we've added in. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Or okay, I'm going to move right along to is that it?
That's it.
That's it. So those are our changes. Are there any, and we do have the sick leave bank as well that are around this language. Please. This will be Appendix D, sick leave bank, JCEA Delta version. And again, you'll notice the sick general leave, we'll highlight all those later. We just haven't done it. Oh, and Brooke, sorry, did you? I'm going back. Yeah, you were putting in something.
Oh, I put it in there.
What? Well, I guess
You want me to tell you right then?
maybe just highlight it in the document.
I put it in blue.
And maybe just put a note, this was what Brooke added during, or whatever, just put a comment just to flag it. And 1-5. So we just changed this to may opt out of instead of may opt into the sick leave bank. And other than that, we didn't highlight, but we would be in agreement. And then starting this, oh yeah, because we added, or you added enrollment period and or at the time of hire. So we accepted the strikeout down below of new employees may enter in membership, given that language up above. And then the starting spring 2025, the membership is recurring. So that was our change to that language. And then down in 1-11, we have accepted that language. And that's it.
All right, I'll check on the opt-out.
Okay.
If all else fails, it might have to apply to next open enrollment, and I'm happy to write that language in, but I'll
Yeah.
certainly.
Yeah.
So I don't want to bargain against ourselves, but do we have a mechanism for people who are not in opting in?
Yeah, so people who are currently not in opt-in during the open enrollment.
But in that language, just cross that out.
So, yeah, no, we have employees may opt out the sick bank during the annual enrollment period or at the time of hire. And, okay, so we might need to add, or if
I
not,
think the grammar,
again.
I think the grammar there is bad.
Okay.
And I think that's when I was going and getting the cake.
It's fair.
You're going to get the chocolate.
It was really exciting.
Beta.
So I think there's something a little weird with that language. And again, I don't.
I mean, I think.
Because we need to have a mechanism where people,
I'm adding it right now.
okay.
Oh, you're not adding in the one that.
Copy and paste.
I will finish it and copy and paste it.
No, big is here.
Yeah, sounds like. We could steal that. Whole paragraph. And then. Which one?
That's, yeah, it's late.
Doing great.
My-
Crushing it.
I'm doing okay. All right, so while I'm adding this back in, we can look at the agenda for,
There's one more thing.
there's one more
Oh,
thing.
wait, do you,
I
I mean, we moved it to next week, but if you want it,
I'm happy. to-
I think it'll take, and we still have a friend here, so let's just do it.
Lindsay's been waiting.
Oh, but they don't make.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
We're already past the due date.
Thing.
What is this?
The Article 5 TOSA.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, give me one moment.
Oh.
Now get to.
I'm mostly just.
I know.
Hope you guys can all get a win.
Yeah, but
Get another sticker.
the quarter.
Oh, is this the language five?
2 to 3 to 3.
Stickers are down there.
Maybe.
They're stuck at Christine, I think.
There's stickers right there.
All right, first time I get it back after lunch.
I didn't get
It was a new kid.
That's fine.
Oh.
I did give good direction.
Okay, so it should be in there.
Okay.
In there?
Yeah.
So we have made very minor adjustments. We took. Okay, so we've accepted all the language in the first part. We made an adjustment to the last sentence of that first paragraph to say current TOSAs and TOSA coordinators will work with their supervisors to define work days and expectations aligned to their job description. The job code piece, the job code piece of that, you're not working with your supervisor to define the job code because they're already identified. It's really about identifying the work days and the expectations aligned to job codes. Because in the first sentence, it's saying all of those TOSA coordinators' work day job codes and descriptions will be clearly defined in the hex. So a job description is included in a posting. The job description includes the day's work and the job code. So when then you're reviewing the work days and the expectations, all of that information is then included on the job code. And it wouldn't be a supervisor and a TOSA working to define the job code because they're already defined by HR. But really, we think the most important part is we're defining the work days and we're defining those expectations aligned to the specific job description. And I would also say as part of that, because the language above that is struck because that work has already happened about the TOSA job descriptions, all of the TOSA coordinator job descriptions have been worked on and updated to reflect 195 days and not the weird 185 plus 10, that kind of stuff. So that will be ready to go in system for next year. So then in the next section, in order to prepare for supporting teachers across the district, including welcoming newly hired Jeffco, educate teachers to induction, teachers on special assignment and central may mutually agree to work an alternative work schedule, provided it does not exceed their contracted days.
I don't think anything shared with you.
We did, well, no, this is what they brought today, but I thought I was eating chocolate cake too.
The chocolate cake, it was all over her.
Really?
The only thing I see is a comma. Everything else looks the same.
So TOSAs and TOSA coordinators may work up to 5 alternate days as mutually agreed upon beyond the standard 185 day or 195 day schedule. We've already agreed to all of the rest of that. The remaining 4 days, we want to identify that as totally fine. And we're fine with agreeing upon it annually between each individual TOSA and adding the language of a TOSA coordinator, and that comp days may be scheduled consecutively. We have no issue with that. The only change that we've made in the last sentence is just cleaning up a little bit, just saying like, if agreement cannot be reached, the TOSA and their supervisor will meet with the executive director of labor relations and JCEA to come to a resolution. And the reason that we're making that change is, one, chiefs are super busy and they have a lot of things going on.
It's because Christine didn't want to do it.
And I love it. Dean didn't want to meet with Amanda, and so now she's really offended. So now you're gonna have to meet with me instead.
I would have met with you on that.
So it's because this is really related to contract language, right, and the interpretation of it. That's really the job of labor relations. Like, we're the ones who are supposed to be experts on. And at the table, like, what does the language say? What was the interpretation? What was the intent? And then helping, like, we do that all the time. We do that with grievances. We do that with all of those different things. And so it makes more sense that it would be our role to help navigate that if there is conflict or an inability to figure that out. I know, sorry.
We got distracted.
We told you to say that.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough. So yeah, us, we do all of these. So.
Yep.
How do we feel? But good. Hey,
Is it good?
Would we like to,
Is it good? Comma.
We added. If I did add a comment.
let's go now.
Is it okay?
We got rid of job codes and we changed who, if there's a disagreement, who to go to, right?
Correct.
My thought, you guys, you have all have a skill set that I do not have a following.
Right.
Like, you're highlighting things and doing everything.
And we just added the language
Okay.
that the conversation would be around the expectations aligned to the job description. That would be the conversation at the beginning there, not the job code, but the actual job description.
Hot diggity duck.
Aren't you so glad to see this right now?
Yes.
Hey.
I've got CTA.
Oh, no.
Two pieces of cake.
Oh, all right.
They can all disagree with 7 call.
I told him, last week for the record, I said, can we just get that done?
I think we could, yeah, that's my so.
Thank you.
hey Jennifer, can you check the language on that last?
On what?
I'm not entirely sure if I captured the
On your note?
above the job codes.
Yeah, on your note?
Yes, it's the very last thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll look at it tomorrow.
So they don't inspire track.
Yeah. Or just stick it on that document.
Okay. Too.
In no particular order. I'm just leaving.
It was a minion role this year.
I will fix it later. So,
58.
Oh,
the halftime.
yeah. I think I said turnover. Yeah.
They just 3-3 on that.
It was 0-2.
I just looked at it.
How did that happen before?
We're scored like 10 minutes.
Just look at that, really.
The,
It was zero,
Just in the lead.
Okay, guys.
well, it was 0-0, like.
Sorry, happy.
We about ready to wrap. Can we all, like, it's late. Can we, three things I want to say. Number one, look over the notes. Make any changes that need made. We don't need to do this right now at the table. Number two, looking at the agenda, I just want to remind everybody that next week the first part of the bargaining session will be with Jeffco on benefits. And then the rest of it will be for Article 8, Article 18, 23, 14, 17, Appendix B and compensation. It's a lot of things, but we are far down the road. So hopefully the exchange of most of this will be pretty quick. But I just want to throw out that if we need to go a little bit later next Thursday, that we just be open to that if we're making progress, if we're making good progress. So I'm just gonna throw that out. But that is gonna be our work for next week. If anything changes, we'll let you know. And we call it a nice place. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Lakewood High School. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna do that. Thank you, Lakewood High School. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
So sweet.
Yes.
Like we get that from.
And-